would like to thank every one of you all around the world for what you have done and are doing for patients with endometriosis, for their families, and for their society. Thanks to every one of you and all of the organizations that you are involved with, especially organizations internationally belonging to Worldwide Endo March and other societies for awareness or raising awareness about endometriosis. Endometriosis is a social issue. It causes pain, but not always. It causes infertility, but not always. It causes organ dysfunction, but not always. It could affect every organ of the body, but not always. It is an enigmatic condition that requires a lot more findings and research. It affects millions and millions of lives and the families of the patient who are affected with endometriosis. Thanks to your interest, this awareness is increasing on a daily basis because of your involvement, and we thank you. Endo March activities have continued for the past many years and will continue to achieve these goals more and more. We thank you for your participation and we welcome you for the activities of this year. Thank you.
Hi, welcome to the Worldwide Endo March 2022. I'm Linda Giudice, and I am the chair of the Worldwide Endo March Scientific Advisory Board. The march began in 2014, and it has expanded tremendously over the years. And this year, it will occur on March 26th, 2022, and they've all been in March, which is Endometriosis Month. The Worldwide Endo March is the largest internationally organized endometriosis coalition in the world. Since our first campaign, the marches have expanded to over 70 countries across the globe, fighting for change to address the unmet needs of those having endometriosis and living with it day to day. I want to acknowledge the Doctors Nejat for their vision in beginning the Worldwide Endo March and for their dedication to it over the years. And also I want to acknowledge the staff who have been so supportive. This year, we hope that you will join us on March 26th and also to see two endo heroes, Dr. Krina Zondervan of the UK and Dr. Stacy Missmer of the United States. Also, please visit the Worldwide Endo March website. It has so many things that are of value in terms of networking, in terms of education, in terms of communication, and getting evidence-based information that's reliable. So again, I'm so happy to welcome you to the Worldwide Endo March and hope to see you then. Best wishes.
Worldwide Endo March every year recognizes one or two researchers as heroes of the year for their contribution towards endometriosis. The hero for the year 2022 is Dr. Krina Zondervan from Oxford University, whose groundbreaking research has contributed significantly to the understanding genetic origins of endometriosis. Professor Zondervan was awarded $10,000 for her research towards endometriosis by Worldwide Endo March by Najat Family Foundation. We congratulate Professor Zondervan for her work, and I wish her much more success. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Karina Zondervan, Professor of Reproductive and Genomic Epidemiology at the University of Oxford and Chair of the Department of Women's and Reproductive Health. I also co-direct the Oxford Endometriosis Care Centre. It truly is a great honour to be a recipient of the World Endo March Endo Hero of the Year Award for 2022. For the past 25 years, my research group has worked on trying to understand the causes of endometriosis to help the development of better diagnostic methods and treatments tailored to subtypes of disease. In particular, we've worked to identify genes and specific DNA variants that are linked to endometriosis. The reason we do this is because genetics can tell us something about the biology leading to disease, which of course we know so little about for endometriosis. In our latest study, for example, we've brought together more than 20 research teams across the globe and analysed data from 60,000 women with endometriosis. We've found more than 40 regions in the genome that are linked to endometriosis. Many of the implicated genes are involved in pathways such as inflammation or pain processing or the way cells grow. Some of the results also point to these DNA variants being linked to specific subtypes of disease, such as ovarian endometriosis. And these results will feed and are currently directly feeding into new programs to develop new ways of diagnosing endometriosis or to develop non-hormonal treatments. We certainly haven't done this alone, of course. In fact, Dr. Missmer, the other endo hero this year, played a key role in this research with her team, as did many other teams across the world. Another effort I can highlight, which Dr. Missmer and I have jointly led, is the development of standard methods for data and biological sample collection in endometriosis. Lack of standardisation in endometriosis research was an issue for many years. One group, somewhere in the world, would have an exciting new result, and then it would be very difficult to replicate this result elsewhere because other groups had not collected the right data, the same data, or samples in the same way. So we started the EFFECT initiative, which stands for Endometriosis Phenome and Biobanking Harmonisation Project. Together with the World Endometriosis Research Foundation, we brought together more than 30 endometriosis research groups worldwide. We reviewed the literature for best practice of data and sample collection, and together built a consensus on protocols that we all use to move forward. We made this freely available for anyone to use in endometriosis research because our vision is that only by working together we can make progress. I'm really passionate about making the world more aware of endometriosis, to reduce diagnostic delay and to find out what causes endometriosis, and to help find new non-hormonal treatments that target specific subtypes of disease with fewer side effects. This is what my team will continue to work on with the help of the World Endo March Endo Hero of the Year prize. So to finalise, a huge thank you again to the Drs. Najat and the World Endo March board for this great honour. My best wishes and good health to you all. Thank you.
Every year, Worldwide Endo March awards one or two researchers, physicians, scientists whose contribution has been very significant in changing the face of endometriosis. For the year 2022, one of those heroes who has been awarded $10,000 by the Najat Family Foundation on behalf of Worldwide Endo March is Dr. Stacy Missmer from Michigan State University and also Harvard University. We congratulate Dr. Stacy Missmer for her significant work, especially for classifying the subtypes of endometriosis and her other contribution. Congratulations.
Hello. Thank you so much to the Najat Family Foundation and Endo March for this incredible honor of being named an Endo Hero of the Year. I'm Stacy Missmer. I'm a professor of obstetrics, gynecology, and reproductive biology at Michigan State University and of epidemiology at Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health. My career really was inspired initially by my mentor, Dr. Judith Lasker, who's a medical sociologist, and taught us to consider very critically who has voice, whose experiences are given voice, and who is focused upon in healthcare. I was inspired also by my own experiences of pelvic pain that began before my first period, difficulty in interacting with healthcare providers to have that taken seriously and reacted to, and then growing awareness that our understanding of these symptoms, and particularly of endometriosis, was very lacking. My doctoral dissertation work was the very first prospective study following participants across multiple years, at that time more than a decade, and now more than 25 years, focusing on risk factors for endometriosis. And we identified some novel and important factors in childhood, adolescence, and mid-adult life. We're now continuing this research as this cohort of women has aged, now focusing on the menopausal transition and throughout menopause. We're also now looking at associations, for example, with the COVID pandemic and impacts on symptom alterations due to life impacts of the pandemic, as well as associations between endometriosis and risk of infection and vaccination response. Our work also, thinking in this life course approach, was some of the first to identify that those with endometriosis have higher risk of certain other health conditions. So for example, our team discovered in the first prospective study that those with endometriosis have a higher risk of cardiovascular disease, hypertension. We and others have certainly researched associations with autoimmune conditions and infertility, and really reinforced in this body of work that endometriosis is not just a gynecologic condition with gynecologic symptoms, but is multisystemic, and that has impacts for clinical care, but also important for scientific discovery. In 2006, I first began collaborating with my co-endo hero of the year this year, Dr. Zondervan. And in 2012, we were each establishing new studies at our own institutions. She at Oxford University and I at Harvard University within the Boston Center for Endometriosis, where I designed and led the adolescence to adulthood cohort study. These studies that we were launching at the same time in parallel, we attempted deliberately to harmonize the information that we were collecting so that we could have both independent but also successful collaborative work. This evolved into the World Endometriosis Research Foundation's Endometriosis Phenome Biobanking and Harmonization Project, also called EFFECT, which produced tools that enhance the ability for collaboration around the world to, again, uniformly collect information from patients, from clinicians and surgeons, and also from biologic samples. We now have quite a few independent and collaborative studies focused on genetics, epigenetics, biomarkers, looking at trying to predict treatment response, treatment resistance, and then also looking at trying to identify subphenotypes, meaning subtypes of endometriosis that are correlated with symptom presentation, with treatment response, and with risk of other non-gynecologic morbidities. And so really trying to establish so that patients and the clinicians who care for them can better understand what may be important treatment selection criteria, and also different prognostic realities. Endo March has so incredibly led the world around promoting awareness of endometriosis and really an importance of knowledge across the globe. And another thing that we are very passionate about is ensuring that all those experiencing these symptoms, all those have an opportunity to be diagnosed validly with endometriosis, and everyone's experiences are given voice. And so I salute Endo March and the great work of the Nazat Family Foundation, and thank you very much for this really incredible honor.
Summer. I'm from Denver, Colorado, and I EndoMarch to show that we are more than this disease. With a huge community surrounding us of all sorts of support, education, helpful tips and tricks, and just pure comfort, we have generated a community to be able to work together to solve all problems endometriosis and just let one another know that we are not alone. I EndoMarch to show that I am proud to have endometriosis, and I'm willing to educate and help others and hopefully share the tips and tricks that I have learned to overcome my disease and overcome my symptoms. So thank you, everyone. Happy EndoMarch 2022. Let's have another great year.
Hello, my name is Avivit Zahavi Binstock. I am from Nes Ziona, Israel. I am married to Eyal and I have 2 daughters. I have not been endometriosis diagnosed for 5 years long. I almost lost my life due to endometriosis. I had laparoscopy, surgery, big surgery. I had PE in my chest. Therefore, I wrote the first book in my country about endometriosis, which is translated to English. I am proud to be an activities Endo March warrior, and all my life I devoted to endometriosis.
Hello, my name is Nevin. I'm 19 years old, and it took me almost 9 years to receive my endometriosis diagnosis.
My name is Denise Campbell. I was diagnosed with endometriosis at the age of 35.
My name is Madeline, and I was lucky enough to only wait about between 3 and 4 years to receive an endo diagnosis.
My name is Alexis, and it took me almost 8 years to receive an endometriosis diagnosis.
Hi everyone! My name is Katie Luciani, and I am the Executive Director here at the Endometriosis Network Canada. What an incredible year it has been for our organization and for the endometriosis community at large. The last 2 years have been unprecedented living in this pandemic, and I am in awe of how amazing our community is. Your strength, your compassion, your support for one another, your commitment to inform yourself, your advocacy work, it all speaks to what an incredible community you are. And on behalf of everyone here at the Endometriosis Network Canada, we are so grateful to be in this space with you. The Endometriosis Network Canada has grown over the last year as we have welcomed 4 new board members. We also welcomed a new support group facilitator, as well as new members and volunteers to our incredible team here at 10C. With the help of our busy team, we have been able to add new committees like our grant writing committee, which helps us bring in more funding to support our organization and ultimately our community. We have also created a teen young adult advisory committee with the focus on engaging with younger members of our community who may be just starting on their journey with endo and providing them with educational resources and support. We are also working on creating an education committee with a focus on endo research here in Canada and sharing that information in an accessible and comprehensive way for our community. We are currently developing a 2S LGBTQIA+ committee whose focus will be on advising our organization on diversity, inclusion, and representation in the endo community.
When doctors and professionals tell you that nothing is wrong with you, self-doubt kicks in.
I have been ignored, mistreated on my journey.
I've been ignored, mistreated, and misdiagnosed more times than I could ever count in all those years.
My GP assured me that there was nothing wrong with period pain, that it was completely normal, and instead pushed the birth control pill just to mask the symptoms I was getting.
For years, I visited the emergency room on a monthly basis, begging for help.
There's still a lot of ignorance surrounding chronic illness.
From being told that I was all in my head, that I was making it up, that I was just depressed or anxious. From being told by a doctor at the age of 16 that I needed to join Weight Watchers because I was just overweight and that was my problem.
I knew something wasn't right with my body because surely this level of pain wasn't normal.
I've met many fellow endo patients who didn't even realize how hard they had to advocate for themselves in order to receive the proper care that they deserved.
It's difficult. You need support. You need a tribe to help you during surgery, to wipe those tears, to hear you, to see you.
The Endometriosis Network Canada has been able to grow our reach and engage more and more community members from across this beautiful country. Our monthly virtual support groups have allowed people from Ontario, Quebec, British Columbia, Alberta, Newfoundland, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, New Brunswick, and Nova Scotia an opportunity to come together in a safe space and support one another, cultivating a strong, informed, and compassionate community. We have also created a new Facebook support group for support people, a safe space for our support system to come and find community and connection.
Hi, my name is Michelle Avery. I'm a director on the board of the Endometriosis Network Canada and also a member of the not-for-profit group EndoAct Canada. I'm excited to tell you a little bit about what EndoAct is doing to drive policy change on endometriosis in Canada. We've been inspired by the successful work of endometriosis advocates internationally in getting governments to recognize the burden of endometriosis and to create strategies to address this. This project was initiated because we had heard from so many people that they were frustrated by a lack of government attention to the problems faced by people in Canada with endometriosis. EndoAct Canada was created with the mission to improve the lives of people with endometriosis in Canada by driving policy change. We are advocating for a national action plan on endometriosis so that people can receive the right care in the right place at the right time. EndoAct brings together people with lived experience of endometriosis, healthcare professionals, and endometriosis researchers. Our volunteers bring a lot of different perspectives to the work and represent different ages, areas of Canada, sexualities, genders, races, and abilities. Our guiding values are inclusivity, equity, partnership, and excellence. About a year ago, EndoAct launched a website and social media campaign inviting Canadians with endometriosis to share their personal stories, which are published on the EndoAct website. By bringing together our stories, we can help other people in Canada, including elected officials and policymakers, understand the impact of endometriosis across the country. Right now, we're working on a public advocacy campaign to ask MPs to act on endometriosis awareness, diagnosis, treatment, and research in Canada. To follow our work and be informed about opportunities to get involved, you can subscribe to the newsletter on the endoact.ca website and follow EndoAct on social media. We also welcome anyone doing government advocacy work in other countries to reach out to us and share your tips and tricks. Together, we can change the future of endometriosis in Canada. Thanks.
10C is so excited about the launch of our ambassador program, which is focused on expanding educational and support resources as well as representation to previously underserved communities and demographics across Canada. This year, we spent time creating more resources for our community, like our 2S LGBTQ QIA+ resource page, where you can find information for both patients and healthcare professionals about online support, proper terminology, the gender diverse experience, gender affirming care, just to name a few. The Endometriosis Network Canada is dedicated to improving the experiences and treatment of transgender, non-binary, and gender diverse people with endometriosis. We also created a disability resource page where you can find information on the rights of people with disabilities in Canada, as well as a guide to applying for disability programs in Canada, including information on regional disability support groups, financial assistance programs, disability insurance, and region-specific resource pages, as well as tips for self-advocacy. Tensi also hosted a webinar regarding the realities and future of endometriosis care in Canada with over 150 attendees across Canada, one of our highest attended webinars to date. We were also able to present numerous wellness offerings virtually throughout the year for our community. From restorative yoga classes to Qigong, movement classes, baking workshops, writing workshops, sound meditations, movie screenings, our community was still able to connect virtually at a time when seeing anyone outside of your house was very difficult to do. The Endo Network's Run to End Endo held its second virtual event, which created an amazing platform for our community members to come together and raise awareness. Our fundraising campaign was nominated for Best Fundraising Campaign under 20 staff at Charity Village, and we are happy to share that we were selected as a finalist. We are so proud of our community and everyone who was involved.
Hi everyone, my name is Shai Freger. I'm a graduate candidate here at McMaster University and an education coordinator for the Endometriosis Network Canada. From our east to west coast, Canada is and has been at the forefront of endometriosis research alongside many of our fellow nations. Our primary research is currently aiming to improve our understanding of the disease, create a better care pathway from the onset of symptoms to initial diagnoses, and improve the quality of life for those who are affected with the disease. In order to improve our understanding of endometriosis, groups are currently looking towards understanding the etiology or origin of endometriosis, how the disease progresses and leads to unique symptoms or even other gynecological conditions, and understanding how the disease is maintained within the body. Examples would include here in Ontario, where we're attempting to understand immune dysregulation within the disease, or out in the West Coast, where they're attempting to understand the relationship between malignancies and endometriosis. One of our top priorities here in Canada includes improving the clinical care pathway from the onset of symptoms to that initial diagnosis, whether it be directly or indirectly. This includes developing cutting-edge techniques for diagnosing the disease, such as sonopodography, a new form of ultrasound which allows us to diagnose superficial lesions, or finding new biomarkers which allow us to diagnose endometriosis in a clinical setting or even potentially at home one day. Lastly, all of our research efforts are in place in order to advocate for and improve the quality of life for those who are affected, specifically identifying the needs within the community in order to reduce diagnostic delay, identifying the importance of interdisciplinary and holistic care, and solidifying the need for self-advocacy in a clinical setting. In summary, Canada stands alongside our fellow nations in order to better understand the disease, how to manage the symptoms or diagnose endometriosis, and how to improve the quality of life amongst all of those who are affected. Thank you so much.
Endometriosis is such an isolating disease, and nothing has helped me more than support groups.
I'm grateful to have had and still have valuable resources available at my fingertips, allowing me to remain educated as someone living with endometriosis in Canada.
Finding the Endometriosis Network of Canada group in 2015 was one of the best things that happened to me. I felt so alone for so many years, and that really proved to me that I was not alone at all.
This needs to continue so that the next person who is seeking a diagnosis for symptoms, like I was 3 or 4 years ago, is believed by their doctor and knows how to advocate for themselves.
I'm sharing my journey and my story because I don't want anybody to have to wait into their mid-30s to get a diagnosis. That's not okay. That's unacceptable.
I can't begin to express how special it has been to witness our community come together over the last year. We are truly grateful for every single person that makes up our community and for everyone here today. We are so excited for the future, and we look forward to continuing to fight for endometriosis awareness together.
Acknowledge, accept, release.
I am worthy of love, respect, and honor.
I am more than my endo.
I made it through this time, and I'll make it through next time.
My body, mind, and heart are united.
This pain is temporary. I am here.
This will pass.
I am still here.
Inhale love, inhale strength, exhale pain.
Hi everyone, my name is Doris Moremi and I'm the founder of Endo Sisters East Africa Foundation. Last year was a remarkable year despite the COVID-19 pandemic. For starters, my country, Kenya, was privileged to host the first ever endometriosis conference in Eastern Africa. It brought together experts, doctors, researchers, talking about endometriosis and the scientific advancements that have been made. In addition, we also have some good news of our own as a foundation. We were able to successfully lobby the Ministry of Education, and we now have menstrual hygiene management as well as menstrual disorders included in the Kenyan education curriculum, and we are so excited about that. Of course, we still continue to actively lobby Ministry of Health, who house the MHM strategy, to ensure that they include menstrual disorders knowledge within the strategy so that there is more awareness and probably more funding that will be directed towards endometriosis awareness. For the non-medical community, we also have a book. Yes, we have the When Something Is Wrong book, which is accessible to everyone, and we really encourage everyone to get a copy of this book. The other thing we have is our Endo Kit, and the Endo Kit is a fantastic resource to be used by NGOs, CBOs, particularly in facilitation amongst communities on endometriosis awareness. And finally, and not least, we have our Yellow Nails Movement campaign. That is a social media campaign really targeted at the youth and adolescents about creating awareness on endometriosis. Well, you may wonder, what about the medical community? Well, for the medical community, we are privileged to have partnered with the Kenya Obstetrical and Gynecological Society, and as part of their CSR, they volunteer their time to participate in some of our outreach programs by engaging in speaking engagements, speaking to people about endometriosis. We have also focused on interviews in the past year in terms of just advancing the advocacy, and specifically webinars, formal interviews and radio interviews, and this has not only been in Kenya but also in Zimbabwe, in Rwanda, and in the US. Yep, it's been a really busy year for us, and we look forward to achieving more this year, particularly with our eyes focused a lot on research and getting information out. I now want to warmly welcome you to listen to the stories of wonderful endo warriors who are here to share their testimonials and their stories with you. Thank you.
My name is Winnie Adika, an endometriosis warrior for over 10 years, having been first diagnosed with it in 2010, but before that I had endo symptoms. During the laparoscopy, which was done to be able to conclude that it is endo, I also was removed for the endo adhesions and scars and was kept under Zoladex injection for 6 months, which really suppressed or reduced the endo symptoms. Now the heavy bleeding and pain, it reduced. But after a year, it really recurred with the bang. It came with a lot of pain. My periods came back with a lot of pain and heavy bleeding. I was now again kept under Visane for 3 months. From there, I've been in and off on medication until 2016. Also, I was diagnosed also with adenomyosis. I was found also with fibroids, hormonal imbalance, and cyst too. I was kept under Visane and some other medication, which also at least also assisted with the pain management and also on the flow. So from there, been on and off on medication, and now come in March 2018, I was done for another surgery, ablation surgery, because I had a fused pelvic, as my organs were joined together, and also my uterus size had increased because of the adenomyosis. On the surgery, it was successful, which involved now one side of also my tubes were blocked. They managed to open one side. It really helped, which roughly for a year, without going for serious medication because of endo, as my periods now became regular and it was now manageable.
My name is Angie. I've been diagnosed with endometriosis back 2005, having suffered for 10 years with a lot of pain since my first menstruation, where I experienced few abdominal pain, vomiting, and diarrhea. Since then, I have been having these pains, and by the year 2015, that's when I was taken to theater and laparoscopic surgery was done and diagnosis of endometriosis was made. My journey for treatment started. I was put on Zoladex for the first 6 months, but immediately that I stopped the medication, my period still resumed with a lot of pain. Since then, I have been on pain management, but in the year 2019, I was put on Visane. The challenge with Visane is that after taking it almost a year, I developed right side weakness, and an MRI brain was done, but all was well. So I discontinued the Visane, currently still taking pain management drugs. Also, in the year 2020, I developed a endometrioma tumor, which was removed on August 2020. Right now, the pains are still there, and I manage them using painkillers, and also I developed gastritis. So I'm always taking the treatment for gastritis on daily basis. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Herveen and I was diagnosed with endometriosis 7 years ago. My experience with pain has been slightly different from that of many of the endo sisters I have talked to. Pelvic pain has never been an issue for me. The pain I would experience with my monthlies was always around the area just above the navel. This was consistent for years and I adapted to the use of painkillers and hot water bottles to suit my schooling and work life. The lack of pelvic pain or heavy flow led to the belief that this was normal for my body. The real struggle began in 2013. For a little over a year before diagnosis, every 3 to 5 weeks, I would experience extreme episodes of vomiting. The pain was the same area, just above the navel, and I would throw up violently to the point where I had nothing left to eject. In August 2014, I had 2 episodes within the span of a week. This labeled me as an emergency case and required immediate laparoscopic surgery, and I was booked in. My doctor explained that the laparoscopy would be for about an hour and was to check what was causing the obstruction, but the actual surgery ended up lasting 5 hours. On entry, he found that endometriotic tissue was all over my pelvis area, a stage 3 deeply infiltrating endometriosis diagnosis. It was so severe that my small and large intestine, uterus, ovaries, fallopian tubes, and appendix were all clumped together, and it had infiltrated my small intestine, causing the obstruction. The surgery was a success, but not without the warning that this could happen again and the fact that there was damage to the organs involved. I experienced almost no pain during my monthlies after the surgery, no hot water bottles or painkillers needed. Subsequent episodes in November 2018, and a third in March 2019 led to the second surgery, this time 6 hours in surgery, a stage 4 diagnosis, and they had to cut out 30 centimeters of my small intestine. I have amazing friends and family who stood by me through it all. They have waited for me outside the theater for those long hours. They've listened to me vent and cry about a problem they don't fully understand, and they have shown me all the things in the world I have to look forward to. Joining the Endo Sisters Foundation, hearing the stories of others and sharing similar pain and frustration who spread nothing but blessings and positivity has also made a big impact to who I am today. I'd like to close by saying that just as others have heard and supported me, I am here for anyone that needs the same. Thank you.
My name is Ruth. I have been dealing with period pains since I was 16 years old in class 6, Form 2. I was taken to the doctor and I was told I have dysmenorrhea, and they started treatment by putting me on contraceptive pills as well as painkillers, and I continued with that until I was in university. Then when I was 25 years old, I was diagnosed now with adenomyosis because the pain was never going away. Adenomyosis, we started the treatment. I was put on Dufaston and later on Gonablock, and it was somehow able to subdue it. But a few years later on, then the pains began all over again, and this time round I was told I have endometriosis and adenomyosis and fibroids at the same time, and we began treatment for that. But the pain was not going away, so we did a laparoscopy in the year 2011, which now diagnosed that the endometriosis had spread to the bladder, to the appendix, and to the large intestines. And this was also causing a lot of pain with maintaining my bowel movements. So we started taking Lupride and later on Zoladex. Then we did the second laparoscopy in 2013 and another one in 2016. So it has all been concentrated in the pelvic region for this time. I have been on Zoladex for the last 12 years. So we do Zoladex treatment for 6 months and a year, and then we take a break for another 6 months. That has been able to control the spreading of the endometriosis. So far, I'm now 48 years old, and I feel the pain has more or less gone away, and it's at a manageable state. And as per my doctors, they believe when I get into menopause, then this whole problem will go away. I am from Nairobi, Kenya. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Stacy. I'm 21 years of age. I'm an endo warrior and also an adeno warrior. I was diagnosed with endometriosis in 2019 and adenomyosis in 2020. So I have been experiencing painful pelvic pain and heavy periods amongst endometriosis symptoms for over 8 years now. Back in 2013, when I first had my first periods, I bled out for 2 months consecutively. So being in primary school and also being an amateur, I figured that once you start your periods, you're supposed to go on with them for a lifetime. So I was taken to a gynecologist by my parents, and I was soon placed on hormonal therapy that regulated my periods, but I immediately began experiencing painful cramps which were not there before. So after joining high school, the pains became worse, and I was taking painkillers that even after taking them, my pain was still not eased. So I sought out for more information from another gynecologist soon after I joined university. So this gynecologist narrowed down the possible conditions that could be leading to the symptoms I was having. So he ruled out ovarian cyst and fibroids after an ultrasound, and later ruled out cervical cancer after a pap smear. So I was advised to combine 3 painkillers. That sort of worked for around 2 or 3 months, and after the 3 months, I was back to taking 5 painkillers anytime I'm on my periods, or if that could not work, I was to be on IV injection to just ease my pain. So after one terrible flare-up one time, my mom decided to get me checked up for endometriosis. I had a laparoscopy surgery done, and I was diagnosed with endometriosis stage 2.
Hello guys, this is Beryl Monique Okech, an endo warrior. I have had 5 surgeries since 2018 when I knew that I'm suffering from endometriosis. This past 2021, that's when I knew I also was suffering from adenomyosis. The pains and the surgeries that didn't go well with me made me travel to Romania to go and find a solution. I found a solution through a doctor who treated me well and who also saw what was happening in my body through an MRI. I like to tell people that period pains are real, and when you are experiencing period pains, kindly go and get checked. Being that we are moving to an endo month, I'd like to encourage everyone to go and get checked. If you can't go and get checked, there is a group called Endo Sisters. Find it in Facebook, find it in Instagram, find it in social medias where you will get help and you'll get to meet other people who are also suffering. There is no shame in suffering, and there is also no shame in sharing what would like to happen to you and what you would like also to know. Kindly let's join hands and fight this common thing that endometriosis is not a disease that kills people. Endometriosis is a disease, and we have to fight and win it. Thank you.
Kami perlukan perubahan.
நமக்கு ஒரு மாற்றம் தேவை.
Let's speak up and break the taboo surrounding endometriosis. Demi perubahan, kita harus cakna isu endometriosis dan suarakannya secara terbuka.
நோயை பற்றி ஆரம்ப கால கட்டத்திலே அறிய முயல வேண்டும்.
We need the right to choose the best option to deal with endometriosis.
நாம் ஒற்றுமையாக செயல்பட வேண்டும்.
Perjuangan kami akan bina kepercayaan, persahabatan dan kecekalan.
We need a healthcare policy to help us deal with our condition financially.
經痛不可怕，提前預防係關鍵。Mari berkongsi tentang endometriosis.
子宫内膜异位症需要得到社会的关注。
One of the missions of EndoMarch is to have a non-invasive diagnostic test available all around the world, that it is affordable for everyone. Worldwide EndoMarch has an app called Nejad Endometriosis Advisor that it is highly accurate and could guide you to the right direction. So please download Nejad Endometriosis Advisor app for better understanding and diagnosis of endometriosis.
My name is Namira and I am the founder of E for Endometriosis. E for Endometriosis is an endometriosis awareness and support campaign here in Singapore. I would like to begin by firstly thanking the team of the Endo March Global Movement for such a wonderful and stimulating event planned. Thank you for your generosity in organizing this worldwide movement. E for Endometriosis started in 2012 as a way for me to vent my frustrations through the mode of blogging. It soon takes up a different tone, that of educating and nurturing, after a realization that what is lacking here is awareness. This makes it Singapore's first endometriosis awareness and support, hence the slogan, paving the way. With the vision to be the leading one-stop avenue in Singapore that educate, advocate, support, and provide proper channels on matters relating to endometriosis, E for Endometriosis eventually got into the radar of several media platforms. It was finally ACRA registered in 2017. The Facebook group page known as Singapore Endometriosis Support Group was set up the following year upon receiving encouraging support from Bharti, a former nurse specialist at NUH, and Dr. Mali, an accredited OB/GYN specialist who runs the endometriosis clinic in NUH. The Facebook page is created with the intent of providing a safe space for patients, caregivers, and like-minded people to interact and support each other on matters relating to endometriosis. In the year 2021, we officialized the website endosupport.sg in conjunction with the International Endometriosis Awareness Month in March. Some of our previous advocate efforts which are implemented in some clinics and hospitals are endometriosis self-assessment questionnaire. It can be difficult to string words together on what you are experiencing, living in pain, and from the constant rejections from the people around you. This questionnaire can be reviewed and printed out upon completion. The idea is for patients to show the result to their physician or whomever they feel needs to know when verbalizing frustration becomes hard. The survey. There is a lack of statistical figures when it comes to endometriosis here in Singapore. I will be sharing more on this in a while. The patient support. There are 3 endometriosis clinics in our public hospitals, and these hospitals direct their patients to our support group for patients to attain moral support. While there are a lot of surveys done overseas, the gap here is concerning. Therefore, E for endometriosis is equipping the community with these numbers. This is also to get more people involved in creating endometriosis awareness by providing them with the statistics. This here is our first survey. It is concluded last year and it identifies the patient-doctor communication gap, especially during the first consultation. From this survey, it is certain that even patients here in Singapore reported feeling unheard when they tried to describe their symptoms in consultations. They often felt rushed or discouraged from talking, and some felt intimidated. This not only posed challenges for effectively communicating their pain to their doctor, but it also made women feel their pain was being dismissed. Let's watch the rest of the results. This result was then shared in an advisory board meeting conducted and attended by healthcare providers. The result allows doctors to understand the dilemmas most endometriosis patients felt during their first consultation and the approach the patients hope to achieve. Time and again, we have made our mark. Here is a quick recap of last year's events. Website launch. On the 6th of March 2021, a history is made. We officialized the website endosupport.sg, making it Singapore's first endometriosis awareness and support web portal. Virtual talks. We organize talks that covers endometriosis symptoms, diagnosis, treatments, and pain management. The speakers are carefully chosen to ensure they specialized in endometriosis. Frequently asked question function. FAQ with search engine function is added to the website since the flow of resources is increasing from the constant postings. So if you type in words like symptoms, recommended doctors, acupuncture, physio, or even finding an explanation in Malay or Mandarin, we got it all covered. New logo. In celebrating E for Endometriosis 9th anniversary last year, on the 20th of December, an updated brand identity was released. E for Endometriosis has grown and evolved over the years. The refreshed logo is to reflect what E for Endometriosis is today and symbolizes a hopeful and compassionate future. The new logo exudes a more modern and minimalist look. E remains the core, where it embodies the act of nurturing, that of teachers guiding young minds with love and care, where each alphabet stands for something. Aiming at these positive epistemic standings, like knowledge, insight, and understanding, becomes the very foundation of what E for endometriosis stands for, that is, in creating awareness and providing support through the mode of educating. Government leaders. The icing on the cake to end the productive year was having the honor to meet these two laurel women political leaders virtually. It is an even greater honor to be allowed to share with them more on the awareness campaign. Among the issues I shared with them are the areas that direly requires attention, workably towards policies and systems that could be benefited in the long run. They are research, holistic care, and a cure. Since endometriosis is a chronic disease and care is very dynamic, it is possible that care would be valued differently at different stages in life. It is important to keep investigating and optimizing endometriosis care, especially in chronic diseases. There should be extra attention to optimizing the quality of care and focusing on patient-centeredness. The first step in improving patient-centeredness and thereby the quality of care is identifying targets for improvement. This requires extensive research, and we hope we could reach there eventually with governmental support, probably even finding a cure to endometriosis. Caregiver support. Caring for someone with endometriosis will require adaptability, patience, and commitment over the long term. This can be exhausting. We hope to provide caregivers with the support and resources for them to navigate the care of their loved ones who are suffering from endometriosis, as well as maintain self-care and connect with others walking a similar journey. Education. Incorporating information regarding pelvic pain syndromes such as endometriosis in formal education is essential in eradicating the stigma that painful menstruation is normal. We hope to realize this in the education system eventually. Financial and employment assistance. Endometriosis symptoms, especially endometriosis-related pain and fatigue, may disturb the development and realization of long-term goals, such as professional career, and make it difficult to meet the demands of a job. This would affect finances. We hope to conduct further research to develop strategies to support endometriosis-affected women in realizing professional opportunities as well as providing financial support. While nothing is set in stone, this first step is essential as we can rest assured that our concerns are conveyed and they are being looked into by the higher authorities. With the support of governmental bodies, E for Endometriosis hopes to do so much more for our women. Let's hope for the best. Looking back at all those years of running into solid brick walls and paving the way for others to be heard and feel supported is humbling. It has been a long journey. Being one who battles multiple chronic conditions, with stage 4 endometriosis being one of the many, I continue to rally awareness because I feel a sense of responsibility towards the community here in Singapore. I believe for a change to happen, it must start somewhere, and I decided that instead of wanting and wishing on what could be and what should be, I will just make it happen. Being an advocate is never easy, so it warms my heart to see so many of you today courageously putting your foot down in creating awareness. I cheer you on for your tenacity and perseverance. To the team of the Endo March Global Movement, please accept my sincere thanks for the excellent support provided by you in organizing Endo March Worldwide Endometriosis Day 2022. The effectiveness of the interaction between the team and the participants was enhanced by the timely support given by the team. We are all connected by a simple wish to be visible, to be heard, to be known that we matter. So while the uncertainties surrounding endometriosis are scary, let there be one hopeful certainty that the awareness today shall pave the way to the betterment of tomorrow, one e-sign at a time. Thank you once again for the outstanding dedication and professionalism shown. E for Endometriosis looks forward to swinging into Aurora for yet another awareness event with you.
Je m'appelle Lindsay Durand, je suis présidente de l'association Mon endométriose, ma souffrance, qui a été créée en mars 2011. Le but de l'association, c'est de mettre en lumière l'endométriose, d'expliquer leurs symptômes au plus grand nombre et de conseiller et d'orienter les gens vers des professionnels de santé. Nos actions ciblent 3 acteurs principaux, à savoir les patientes et leurs proches, le corps médical et les autorités gouvernementales. Pour les patientes et leurs proches, nous mettons en place des groupes de parole, que ce soit à la fois physique que sur la toile, afin que la parole se libère autour de la pathologie pour lever les tabous autour de l'endométriose. Concernant le corps médical, nous mettons un point d'honneur à travailler en collaboration avec eux afin de mettre en place un parcours de prise en charge adapté avec des professionnels de santé qui soient pluridisciplinaires. Parce que l'endométriose, bien qu'elle soit une maladie décrite comme gynécologique, elle concerne différents organes. Le tube digestif, l'appareil, tout ce qui est l'appareil urinaire, voire d'autres organes. Donc il est important que tous ces professionnels de santé travaillent en collaboration. Nous avons aussi à cœur de mettre en place une prise en charge qui soit globale, car un traitement physique, oui, mais il faut aussi mettre en place une prise en charge psychologique afin que les femmes se sentent écoutées ainsi que leurs proches dans leur quotidien avec cette pathologie. D'un point de vue gouvernemental, nous militons pour une meilleure reconnaissance de l'endométriose, pour qu'elle soit reconnue en qualité d'affection longue durée, ce qui a commencé à se mettre en place en France depuis quelques mois, mais aussi à ce que les femmes puissent bénéficier de tout ce qui est reconnaissance travailleurs handicapés pour que leur emploi leur paraisse plus simple. Dans la suite de la vidéo, nous allons voir ensemble donc les symptômes de l'endométriose et le vécu des patientes au quotidien.
Je m'appelle Téchia Aurélie, j'ai 36 ans. J'ai eu mes règles à l'âge de 14 ans. Lors de mes périodes de stage scolaire, j'ai eu des grosses fatigues chroniques pendant ou après les périodes de règles. Mon formateur ne comprenait pas, il pensait que je simulais, que je mentais sur mon état. Pour moi, à l'époque, le seul moyen, c'était de m'isoler, au fait. Aujourd'hui, je me suis mis dans le monde du sport, rando, trail, marche aussi. Pour moi, c'est un des moyens de sortir de l'isolement.
Je m'appelle Séverine, j'ai 42 ans. J'ai eu mes premières règles à l'âge de 14 ans. Un moment marquant pour moi puisque j'étais à ce moment-là seule, loin de ma famille, en voyage scolaire en Allemagne. Une semaine avant l'arrivée des règles, j'ai eu beaucoup de symptômes que je ne comprenais pas, vertige, mais des maux de ventre mais atroces qui me pliaient en deux. Je dormais beaucoup dans le bus pendant les trajets. Une des copines du voyage donc m'a aidée en fait et elle m'a amenée à acheter des protections parce qu'elle savait ce qui allait se passer et m'a donné un antalgique de base. Une fois de retour donc chez moi, j'ai pu consulter mon médecin traitant qui lui m'a expliqué bon ça peut arriver effectivement qu'on ait des règles douloureuses mais ne t'inquiète pas, ça va passer et ça passera surtout quand tu seras maman. Je suis ressortie donc de son cabinet avec un anti-inflammatoire à prendre régulièrement chaque mois. Mais chaque mois, c'était la même chose. Des douleurs à ne plus pouvoir marcher, à être allongée, des vomissements, des sueurs froides, une alternance de diarrhée et de constipation. Et ça a été mon quotidien chaque mois, de l'adolescence à la vie professionnelle également. Régulièrement, enfin chaque mois je disais à mon responsable d'ailleurs, quand il me demandait ça va, vous allez mieux, je disais oui écoutez franchement là je ressuscite, hein, donc c'est reparti pour un tour, nous verrons le mois prochain.
Je suis Lauriane, accompagnante d'une endogirl. Les menstruations, c'est un sujet qu'on ne peut pas aborder lors d'un repas de famille ou encore lors d'un pique-nique l'après-midi. Il y a des questions qui ne se posent plus et pourtant qui pourraient permettre d'anticiper le diagnostic. Pourquoi tu restes autant cloué dans ton lit lorsque tu as tes règles? À quel point ça te fait mal? En as-tu parlé avec ton médecin? Pourquoi ces questions ne sont plus posées? Nous, en tant qu'accompagnants, notre rôle est d'écouter et de soutenir les endogirls, de leur dire « je te vois, tu n'es pas seul, nous allons avancer avec toi ». Et il est normal de se sentir démuni, impuissant face à une situation dont nous n'avons aucun contrôle. Et surtout, il est difficile de savoir à quel point notre endogirl va mal. Mais pourtant, l'accompagner dans les étapes aussi difficiles que celles d'être atteinte d'endométriose, c'est ça, faire partie de l'entourage.
Je m'appelle Sandra, j'ai 46 ans, je suis atteinte d'endométriose. J'ai eu mes premières règles à l'âge de 11 ans. Je n'ai pas vraiment ressenti de symptômes pendant toute mon adolescence car c'est une maladie invisible et sournoise. J'ai été diagnostiquée à l'âge de 27 ans après plusieurs chirurgies, alors que ma première intervention chirurgicale s'est faite à l'âge de 23 ans. Non pas par un gynécologue, mais par un chirurgien viscéral. Je rappelle qu'à l'époque, l'endométriose n'était pas vraiment connue, un vrai sujet tabou. Ma plus grande difficulté pendant toutes ces années, c'était de tomber enceinte. C'était un long et dur combat. Naturellement, comme toutes les jeunes femmes amoureuses et déterminées, j'ai essayé, après plusieurs tentatives, traitement sur traitement, de tomber enceinte. Malheureusement, j'ai dû abandonner et me résigner de mon désir de grossesse à cause de toutes les séquelles chirurgicales que j'ai subies. Et c'est grâce à MEMS que je peux en parler librement de cette terrible maladie, de sortir de l'isolement et échanger sur les expériences de chacune.
Cécile, 32 ans. Je vais vous parler d'infertilité. L'endométriose est la deuxième cause d'infertilité. Lors de mon parcours, lorsque le diagnostic de l'endométriose est tombé, les médecins m'ont annoncé qu'il serait peut-être difficile de tomber enceinte naturellement. Lors de nos rendez-vous avec les médecins, mon compagnon et moi, nous décidons donc de lancer le processus de bébé. Donc les médecins nous ont conseillé au tout départ de faire naturellement pour voir si les choses s'opéraient correctement. Les mois passent, les résultats ne sont pas là, les douleurs s'intensifient. Il est parfois difficile psychologiquement de se dire qu'on va y arriver toute seule. Alors les médecins nous parlent de PMA, donc de procréation médicalement assistée. Ça a été difficile pour moi d'entendre ce mot car je me suis dit que je ne pouvais pas y arriver toute seule. J'ai perdu espoir, j'ai baissé les bras en me disant qu'il serait peut-être difficile pour moi de tomber enceinte naturellement. Et puis un jour, le miracle se produit et je tombe enceinte naturellement. Aujourd'hui, je suis une maman d'une petite fille qui a 1 an et demi. Alors je vous dis, mesdames, ne perdez pas espoir, le miracle peut arriver.
Je vais essayer aujourd'hui également de vous parler d'un des symptômes que j'ai et qui pour moi est resté longtemps tabou. Je souffre depuis 16 années maintenant consécutives de ce qu'on appelle des saignements, 10 à 15 jours par mois en amont des règles. C'est quelque chose qui m'handicape dans ma vie de femme au quotidien. Parce que je ne peux pas faire de sport quand j'en ai envie, je ne peux pas aller à une soirée quand j'en ai envie, je ne peux pas aller à la plage quand j'ai envie. Je dois toujours prévoir un vêtement de rechange dans ma voiture, des protections en stock à la maison, des protections en stock dans la voiture et dans mon sac à main. Et c'est très compliqué à vivre parce qu'on se sent vraiment atteinte dans sa féminité et on ne peut pas s'habiller comme on veut. Enfin voilà, il y a plein de choses. C'est peut-être anodin pour les autres, mais pour moi c'est énorme de pouvoir mettre une robe quand j'ai envie de mettre une robe, voilà, d'envie d'aller à la plage ou à la piscine ou de faire du sport par exemple. Voilà. Après mon diagnostic en juin 2020, donc à 41 ans, j'ai été tout de suite en fait mise en contact avec les forums, les réseaux et j'ai beaucoup échangé avec des femmes et je voyais que je n'étais pas la seule à souffrir de cela. Et même si jusqu'à maintenant j'ai banalisé, je disais souvent à mon médecin en plaisantant « Bon docteur, on est bien d'accord, si c'était grave, ça fait 10 fois que je serais morte quand même ». et rigoler, et puis on rigolait ensemble. Mais je vois que je ne suis pas la seule, effectivement, à avoir ce symptôme. Et grâce au forum, en fait, j'ai eu le contact d'un professionnel récemment, là en métropole, et j'ai tenté le tout pour le tout, c'est-à-dire que je lui ai envoyé mes analyses. Il a bien voulu en prendre connaissance et il m'a proposé donc une intervention qui semble moins invasive en tout cas que ce qui a pu m'être proposé jusqu'à présent. Et du coup, je vais tenter cette intervention très prochainement. Et pour moi, c'est l'espoir en fait d'un répit déjà, en moyenne entre 2 et 5 ans si tout se passe bien, et l'espoir d'avoir une vie de femme normale, ce que je n'avais pas jusqu'à présent.
Vous l'aurez compris, l'endométriose est une maladie lourde, invalidante et invasive. Si vous avez un ou plusieurs de ces symptômes, n'hésitez pas à consulter votre médecin généraliste pour en parler. L'endométriose concerne 1 à 2 femmes sur 10. Alors potentiellement, si vous n'êtes pas concerné, vous en connaissez autour de vous, dans le milieu professionnel ou personnel. Alors n'hésitez pas à en parler pour mettre en lumière cette pathologie. L'association présente aujourd'hui différentes actions pour vous aider et vous accompagner dans votre parcours. Des groupes de parole sur Facebook, en physique, des conférences, des actions de sensibilisation dans les établissements scolaires. Pour plus d'informations, n'hésitez pas à vous rapprocher de nous.
Zimbabwe Endo Awareness Chapter, CEAC affiliated with Women of Standard Global Business Network WOSG Endometriosis Awareness 2021. Why do we raise awareness? Endometriotic tissue is abnormal tissue that is distinctly different from the lining of the uterus. It does not shed with your monthly cycles and results in painful cysts that grow anywhere in the pelvic cavity. 1 in 10 girls and women suffer from this disease, and most likely even more due to misdiagnosis and lack of awareness. Diagnosis can take anywhere from 1 to 10 years. There is no known cause. There is no cure. Endometriosis often goes hand in hand with other diseases such as polycystic ovarian syndrome, interstitial cystitis, to name a few. We at ZEAC would like to thank our beautiful, brave, bold, and courageous warriors for sharing their stories and allowing us to share them with you all. In the hopes to raise awareness and educating people on a condition that is so much more than just a bad period. We continue to learn so much daily about this disease. We are not medical professionals nor experts. We help one another by educating and supporting one another through our personal experiences. We are Endo Warriors, Endo Sisters.
Hi everyone, my name is Khatija. I was diagnosed with endo in 2019. I have been suffering with irregular periods, excruciating pain, and severe bleeding since I was 16. And all the doctors told me to wait until I was married or wait until I wanted a child before getting treatment. They all told me that I had PCOS and that I should just go with the flow and eventually everything would sort itself out. When I was 18, I was told, you know what, you will never be able to have a child because your PCOS is so bad. But again, I was never actually treated for any of it. Then in the just beginning of 2020, I had my first laparoscopic surgery, and that's when I got my diagnosis for endo, which I had never actually heard about until then. So now I have PCOS and endo. And then in September 2020, I finally managed to get pregnant, and I gave birth to a very healthy, beautiful baby boy. But I still get flare-ups, and it's horrible. And everyone says, oh, you know, once you have a baby, you'll feel better. It's not true. Pregnancy is not a cure for endo. But yeah, that's my story, and just be strong and stay safe.
Hello everyone, my name is Heather Koga from Harare, Zimbabwe. I've been diagnosed with endometriosis as a teenager, and then fibroids and adenomyosis as an adult. Throughout the years, I've suffered in silence, thinking that there can never be any form of relief or treatment for these conditions. Because at first I was made to believe that with such kind of conditions, you just have to suffer in silence. But after some time, I sought help, and right now I am on treatment on an injection, Zoladex, and it is giving me so much relief as I await a hysterectomy. I would like to urge everyone who has these conditions not to suffer in silence, but to seek help while there is still time, to seek a second opinion and a third opinion if need be, and I am sure you will be able to get the help that you need. Please do not suffer in silence. Thank you.
This is me. My name is Jessica McAllister, and I suffer from both polycystic ovarian syndrome and endometriosis. This tattoo represents me. The blue ribbon with thorns represents the diseases I have and the excruciating pain that comes along with it. The orange rose and butterflies represent the freedom I hope to feel one day. I've been suffering from these terrible diseases for a long time now, and not a day goes by when I don't feel pain or discomfort. I've had 2 surgeries in my short lifetime to try to ease my issues, but both did very little in terms of pain from day to day. I had been bleeding for 4+ months continually, and no one knows the reason. I at least have the luxury of going to my bathroom and grabbing a sanitary pad or tampon, wet wipes, painkillers, etc. Whereas most women and teens in Zimbabwe don't have the luxury I have. They miss days off of school or work because they don't have something to protect them or to clean them. This is where I ask you all for help. On Saturday, the 11th of December, I will be walking as much as I can. The more steps I take, I ask for donations from you. Both physical donations and monetary donations. I am raising awareness for the charity Zimbabwe Endometriosis Awareness Chapter, ZEAC. Before that day, I ask if anyone would be willing to donate sanitary pads, tampons, wet wipes, bags to dispose of used sanitary ware, anything you may think will help a woman in need.
We offer support via WhatsApp for endometriosis and all other menstrual health-related diseases. Things on sale and on order for us to continue to raise funds: angry uterus, leg pillow, endo awareness t-shirts, wooden plaques. We are still continuing to raise adequate funds for sanitary wear as we try to distribute to a few areas around Harare. Thank you to all who have donated pads or money to us thus far to help us get sanitary wear ladies and girls so desperately need. You are helping us to make a difference. We truly appreciate it.
This affects 1 in 10 women. It's most commonly diagnosed as bad period pain. Many women experience endometriosis, fibroids, etc., but we are focusing on endometriosis, what we call endo, and a lot of them only get a diagnosis later in life, between 5 and 7 years, because it's called bad period pain. But we're here to just raise awareness and say, no, it's not just a period.
True that is. It's been tough living with the disease, and I'm sure a lot of women feel the same way. And there's need for more awareness on this issue because it's not spoken about. Worst bit about the bad period that I've noticed or come across is people are told you've got dysmenorrhea, which makes it look like, oh yeah, it's a heavy period, a painful period, but let's not dive deeper to find out how this dysmenorrhea comes about, or what other causes it can bring, because it's got so many complications. So it's something that we need to get our GPs, our gynecologists, specialists to look into, to make sure that each and everyone has got some support network of some sort, be it physical, emotional, financial, online, anything, because the amounts that are charged when you then come across the specialist or this person or the doctor who knows more about endo is ridiculous, because you're not just going through to say it's a consultation. You're going through the process of the scans, the treatments, the MRIs, and those things don't come cheap. So not everybody has access to such kinds of monies or finance.
And I think that the other problem is that for a lot of women, when they eventually get diagnosed, it's maybe when they're trying to fall pregnant, or when things are really bad, like when you are sickly, gravely sick. Endo has stages, and I know for me, when I started having issues, maybe it was at a lower stage. By the time I got help, like maybe 5 years later, I was on stage 4. And I'm being told by a doctor, like, as in today, we need to have an operation. And I'm like, what, an operation? That's very scary. An op is scary anyhow. You need to have an operation today.
Did you have an understanding, Tini, of what this operation was, or how it was supposed to help you, or what it was supposed to do for you?
No, and I mean, I went in there, I remember went in there with my mom, and he says, you're an adult, you're over 18, so she needs to leave. That's your support system.
So she doesn't give you consent?
Yes. You know, and you get in there and he's explaining to you. At the time, I was not even diagnosed. He just says, your womb feels swollen, and he's touching here and there.
Tend the uterus.
You need an operation, right? So you're scared. You do it. I remember we rushed around for that money, and I had that operation done like 2 or 3 days.
And when they say it's urgent,
it's urgent.
It's urgent,
right? And you're thinking of all sorts of things. Am I dying? Is it cancer? Is it this? Is it that? And then I have the operation. They tell me it's polycystic ovarian syndrome. That in itself, now I'm googling, what is it? What are the risks, etc. And I'm thinking I'm the only person who has it, because of lack of awareness.
So when they say the polycystic ovarian syndrome, did they then talk about the endo then, or they had it? It was just because,
and
just like that.
And even before this, because I had suffered throughout my teens with bad periods, abnormal bleeding, losing weight, nausea. I remember even Googling and going to a doctor and saying, I think I might have this. And he said to me, no, hold up, you're not a doctor. You can't come and tell me what you have.
Based on your symptoms?
Based on my symptoms, because now you're the one who's going through this. So you're Googling and Googling and Googling, and then you kind of see something, you're like, this sounds like me according to the symptoms. And so I even came across endo before I was diagnosed. But then a doctor said to me, and he's a person of authority, and says, no, women of your color don't get endo. That's what he said.
It's about race.
It's about race. Women of your color don't get endo. And so that was fobbed off. Eventually got an operation, and they say it's polycystic ovarian syndrome.
And did you get any relief after that operation?
No, I did not. And going back, I think post-op a few weeks later, I said to him, but I don't feel different. He then said to me, these were his words. He said to me, I'm a professor. You don't tell me what to do. Girls of your age are promiscuous. There's something you must have done.
Oh my gosh.
I do these operations
all the
every
time.
Other, I do them all the time. There's something you must have done. Go home and take painkillers. And I remember I then said, so will I be on painkillers my whole life? He said, well, maybe if you still have pain. So those are the things we're going through. And you don't even have a correct diagnosis. And you've had an operation. These are cuts.
You expect relief from it, but it only gets worse. It's like this operation has aggravated the condition. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, it's really tough. And how old? Okay, you're saying your teens.
No, I was maybe 20.
After, okay, but then during the teen years,
during
it was just hectic.
Yeah, there was
the whole
we
can't go to school. We sleep for 2 weeks. We miss exams.
We have special. For me, I had special. They call it sort of like a special treatment. So I got extra time during exams.
So you could catch up.
So I could catch up. But remember, this is all still with no diagnosis. We're just sick. They don't know what's wrong with you. But okay, she's the sick girl. Yeah, we don't know what's wrong with her. There's something, but they're acknowledging that something is wrong with you. But you can't even give them a diagnosis. So when girls are asking you what's wrong at school, you say, I don't know.
So they never even gave an option of let's get an MRI scan or even a laparoscopy after you didn't get relief from the surgery that you had to try and correct.
Then I went, I think, so that was 2011. Yeah, 2011, and then 2015, second one. At this point, I had or was diagnosed, but not formally.
Okay.
So I'm getting treated, but they haven't actually confirmed it or seen it.
That is endometriosis.
Yes, and then 2015, I'm diagnosed, and again a doctor says, because I'm now going and I'm saying I'm positive I have this. He says, oh, we'll see. So he comes back in and you can see he's kind of embarrassed and he says,
that's what
right.
it is.
Yeah, you were right.
But you've cut already open and done
second
something.
Time. Yeah.
And been administered to get these tablets or medication that is not per se. Okay, you can say some of the meds for polycystic ovarian syndrome can work.
So they're sort of experimenting. It's birth control.
Yes,
different types of birth control. And they're just saying,
try this. Exactly. Because they're supposed to relieve, supposedly relieve your symptoms, the pain, the inflammations, the flare-ups. But yeah, you then suffer the hormonal imbalances because you keep mixing all of these things. But for us, I won't say we're privileged, but we do have other women who cannot afford to go see a gynecologist or go to a regular hospital. Fear of how much it's going to cost, fear of how much the treatment is going to be, the process or procedure, no one's aware of how it's done. How are we going to try and curb that to assist or help? Because I don't think it happens in Zim or in Africa, but I'm sure all over the world.
All over the world, it's expensive. We speak about our region, but even outside of Zim, I know so many women complain about the cost of surgery, especially with the proper excision specialist. It's thousands of dollars. Yeah. Most of us cannot keep a proper job, so we don't have steady and
talk about jobs.
Yeah, we don't have steady income.
Yeah.
Maybe we are getting help from partners, married, family, etc. But it's a strain on them, And because it's a recurring condition, you're constantly in need of something, And so that's a very, very big, issue. I know you and I had a conversation with somebody who made an assumption that women who stay in certain areas,
Exactly,
or
are
who
well
into certain
to
schools
do.
are well to do, and they should be able to afford it. Another thing is specialists, actually, even if you're medical aid, a lot don't take Medicaid, they still want cash. And so where do you get the cash from? And so that's a big issue for everyone across the globe. I think it's an assumption we make that certain people can afford certain services, And I personally think in terms of women's health care, the scans, seeing the specialists, because remember, every one of us, if you're a woman, you are going to get a period. So you are at risk of having these issues. All of us. We don't choose it. There should be some type of subsidization. What's the word? Subsidies, right?
Yeah, to support
these type of things that we're going through, whether it's polycystic ovarian syndrome, the ladies want
Endometriosis, all these,
IVF,
infertility issues.
Women need the help because they are going to go through it. We are saying 10% of women will go through this.
Diagnosed earlier or later on in life.
Yes,
because for some of
early,
us, it's like been 20 years and I have had 3 surgeries, then to find out this is what's there. And right now this thing, it's like wildfire. It spreads like wildfire. It's gone on to other organs. And learning about things like bowel endo and the like, because you then have your small bowel obstructions and all these weird things that, like you're saying, doctors look at you, specialists, and say, but these are white people disease. We don't expect black women to have these.
Exactly.
But I'm a woman. Whatever's inside me, white, Indian, Asian, we are all women. And they look at you and they say, why do you suffer from white diseases? Why are you discriminating because of my color? And with endo, it's a very traumatic experience. You get so emotional, you get mood swings. You're already adding more pain and stress and trauma on top of what I'm experiencing physically, which is the pain. And I think our practitioner community, our doctors community needs to be a bit more sensitive towards women suffering from these pelvic fertility issues. It's not easy for one to wake up and know that you are not going to be able to conceive. But give me a reason why I can't conceive. Then you tell me I have no idea. So who's supposed to tell me what is wrong with me? Like you're saying, you then Google, you do your own research, and you put yourself in that group of, oh, I found this, it's called endometriosis. Oh, this is what I'm going through. Then you push the doctor to say, go and look, check up on me. After 20 years, you have lost family. You've lost a relationship, you've lost friends, you've lost your job because you can't go.
Yourself,
you're confused because you don't know what's going on. It actually affects us mentally, where there's a point you ask yourself, am I still okay up there? Because you don't know what's happening, you don't know what you're experiencing. The pain can be so excruciating. You ask yourself, you pinch yourself to say, is this still my body? Because how can I endure
Am I
so
human?
much? Exactly.
Am I human? Like, is this actually going on?
Exactly.
I think we'll attach a slide of some of the signs and symptoms and etc. But like, what are some of the things that we can do to kind of get the message across? For some of us, I think a lot of us, I feel like we're torch bearers. Some of what we've gone through is for others. So for the women that are going to come after us, you've got a daughter, I am planning on having kids, my sisters, I've got sisters, like what are some of the things that we need to do for them to avoid the ops, the being crazy,
all that we have gone through.
We can't erase what we've been through.
True that.
But we can help and be part of the solution. So what are some of the solutions we can try and implement to make the I call it a global pandemic. The endometriosis global pandemic better.
Exactly. It is. If you look at it that way, the response that's happened with COVID, where everybody has listened, or the world has actually listened every day. That's the same thing with endometriosis, because this is happening on a daily basis. Each and every woman in the 110, okay, we say 1 in 10. Those are the statistics from so long ago. Right now, if we look at it, it's probably now 2 or 3 in 10. And the numbers keep rising because it keeps going undetected as to what this is, because it's a hidden disease. It's silent. It's like your high blood pressure, where somebody drops dead and you find out, oh no, they had low sugar or their blood pressure shot. That's endo. I'm going to drop dead today. And then people find out, oh no, it had actually gone to her lungs, it had gone to her heart, it attacked the major organs, because it does. It's moved to so many of my organs. So we need to come up with that, like you're saying, it's a global pandemic. Yes, it doesn't affect women because it's supposed to be a women's disease, but it will affect men as well. It will affect children as well. It affects industry as well, because it stops growth. So for a world or an economy to thrive, everyone has to put some effort. So if I don't put my 10 cents worth of effort, I am pulling this rise in influx. So we need to try and put that, maybe terming it as a global pandemic, I'm not too sure, but you have got the cancer awareness campaigns.
You've got HIV.
You've got HIV AIDS. You have all this. Breast cancer on its own, it's separate. So this has got to do with women. Prostate cancer for men. So let's also try and have endometriosis for women. It will then cover a lot of fertility issues for women. Who wants to wake up with a painful period anyway? No one wants to live that way.
Innovations, funding for such innovations, imagine the amount of women you're going to help.
Exactly.
But it just being a priority, I think that's what we're saying, that let it be a priority in, the medical field, make it a whole,
you look at the price of sanitary wear. When you are going through this, you're going to have a symptom which you think is general to all women who suffer from endometriosis. Even if somebody has the dysmenorrhea that they call, you're going to buy you're going to buy 20 packets of pads in a week so that you can, manage your flow, be it heavy or whatnot. So if you want me to then buy those 20 pads, there needs to be funding for this, which is put aside to say women in this condition, some go to work, but still I'm deprived of my right to be at work because I don't have painkillers, I don't have the right treatment, I don't have the right diagnosis. And I just don't understand how we then want to differentiate race and not look at how people can be underprivileged in so many ways. You've got our rural communities like in Africa. Who's reaching out to those people to help them?
Because they are women.
Exactly. They die during childbirth. Probably these are complications coming from some of these diseases we're talking about. Nobody has diagnosed them to say, okay, she had endometriosis. She lost a lot of blood during her teenage years or whatever. Then she then fell pregnant. After she gave birth, she bled heavily and she passed on. So those are things that I think also have to be looked at. And we are not saying make us a priority. We are just saying we want to be heard. We don't want to feel like we're being ignored. And some people think we're attention seekers, but we are not. You see, Tina and I, we had to struggle to wear makeup, to get out of bed today, to do this was a challenge. But we said, look, if we then don't become advocates to this, who will? If not you and me, then we're letting everybody else down. So we ask for help in many ways. Projects, we set up meetings to raise awareness, to share our problems, to understand what each and everybody who's suffering this goes through, because it helps. Talking might help. Your family might not understand. Your partner might not understand. Your doctor does not even understand. So if you find somebody else who's living the same, your lives, it becomes easier. So we're just hoping that we are heard. That's all. We want to be heard.
So before we go, guys, we we'll have a call to action.
Yes.
We are saying that in Zimbabwe, because we are here, and all over the world, 1 in 10 women are affected by endometriosis. We need to be heard, we need to be listened to, and have open ears, have an open heart to really, really listen to what the women around you are going through, right? Information, awareness, give us the platforms, like the Worldwide Endo March has given us this platform, but you spoke about all the other awareness months, we have Endo March in March.
March, that's it.
Give us the platforms, to be able to speak more about this. And then in terms of just the people around us, our family members, our parents, our partners, you know, you can also advocate for those around you. Get the information. If you see an article about endo, read it, you know. Don't say, oh, this has got nothing to do with me, because you knowing something can help your sister, your wife,
your cousin, your aunt,
anyone,
your best friend.
Information and awareness, I always say, is empowerment, because it's really the determining factor of getting a diagnosis, just from information, you know.
You know what you're treating.
Yeah.
If you do get that diagnosis, you know what you're doing. Unlike where you're thinking, okay, let me try and take a painkiller. What is that going to help? Because when you don't know what you're taking the painkiller for,
you can't help
yourself.
Yeah.
So that info is critical, and it needs to be shared. It needs to be out there. We all need it, be it in school.
Hello, I am Dr. Far Nujat, co-founder of Endo March. We are pleased to announce that Endo March and the Nujat Family Foundation, on behalf of the Endo March, made grants to numerous institutions. The grants were made for the purpose of research, education, teaching, and raising awareness about endometriosis. Some of these institutions are American Society of Reproductive Medicine, Society of Laparoscopic and Robotic Surgery, Emory, Harvard, and Johns Hopkins Universities, Medical College of Georgia, Northwestern University, NYU Langone Hospital, Long Island, Stanford University, University of California, San Francisco, UNC Chapel Hill, and Yale University. In addition, grants were awarded this year to Professor Karina Zondervan from University of Oxford, England, Dr. Stacy Missmer from Michigan State, and Dr. Marcello Cicciaroni from International School of Surgical Anatomy. Finally, contributions have been made to the National Medical Association for scholarships to medical students and contributions to charities for school children and a medical clinic in Haiti. We thank all of you around the world for your efforts to put an end to endometriosis. Forward we go.
Some people refer to Nigeria as a giant of Africa. Some people actually even say Nigeria is a sleeping giant. One thing about big animals that sleep, like the elephant, when they do wake up, they run very fast and go very far.
The country is ripe to take its rightful place as a leading nation globally.
We are going to take control of Africa, there's no doubt about that. And then we are going to confront the world.
Hello, members of the endometriosis world. Welcome to 2022.
and on behalf of the Endometriosis Support Group Nigeria, I'm going to spend the next few minutes going over our 2021 review. 2021 was a very eventful year for everyone, with COVID-19 taking center stage all over the world. Despite the easing of restrictions in many countries, the world had fully embraced the new normal, a very significant shift in the way we live, work, and play. The fact that we were experiencing a global pandemic of unbelievable dimensions did not deter us from propagating awareness about endometriosis. Right from the beginning of the year, it was all activity filled. In January, we announced an annual secondary school essay competition, which had become a major tool for driving awareness about endometriosis among high school girls. In February, our Face of Endometriosis Nigeria and brand ambassador commenced a campaign aimed at getting women living with endometriosis to come out and speak out as part of our initiative to host a Sisters Converge event slated for the International Women's Day. Our key objective for the Endometriosis Awareness Month in March was to get more professional bodies and especially the government to begin to focus more attention on the condition. We are all aware that despite the debilitating effect of endometriosis on women, it has not attracted the attention of governments, especially in Africa. We want to be able to drive awareness in government circles with a view to affecting policy formulation to drive research, diagnosis, and treatment of women living with endometriosis. To this effect, we were able to attract the attention of the Lagos State First Lady, the wife of the Executive Governor of Lagos State. Lagos State is the commercial capital of Nigeria. Her Excellency Dr. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu was part of the event. After the event, we were able to meet with her, and she made some commitments to be a champion for endometriosis awareness in Nigeria. To top the icing on the cake, we held another virtual event on the 28th of March 2021 to celebrate World Endo March Day, which was a huge success. I would like you to sit back and watch clips from some of our activities for the year.
Did you know that 10 to 15% of women suffer from endometriosis? And these women are within their reproductive age. Yes. One of its many symptoms is painful menstruation, and this hinders the life of its victims. Sadly, a lot of people still do not know about endometriosis and still suffer in silence. In view of this, we are looking for honest and inspirational stories about the trials and successes of endometriosis in Nigeria. Remember, if you send in your story to us, you just might be inspiring other women and young girls living with endometriosis in Nigeria. Now, we really want to hear your story because we need to hear from you. Send us a 3-minute video of your endo story in Nigeria.
So you're all welcome to the Sisters Converge, an endometriosis conversation. And of course, Dr. Abayomi Ajayi, who is the founder of the Endometriosis Support Group in Nigeria. You're all very welcome, and happy International Women's Day to the women here in the house. Thank you all for making time, because I know today's a day we should all, sit back, relax, and enjoy the day, but this is part of it, having this conversation. So you're all very welcome. We will begin with a welcome address by the founder, Dr. Abayomi. And so we would, I'll mute my mic and say, Dr. Bayomi, I'm throwing this baton over to you.
So, well, thank you so much for joining us on good evening, good afternoon, good morning, whatever part of the world you are joining us today. On behalf of ESDN, I welcome all of us, the First Lady of the State of Aquatic Splendor, our own Lagos State, Dr. Mrs. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, who is a medical doctor, and she has just received the message that she'll be joining us later on. Professor Isaac Folorunso Adewale, former Minister of Health of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and every one of us that has created time, just like it said, you could have been doing some other things, to join us on this webinar. Themes: Sisters Converge and Endometriosis Conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the month of March again, and therefore it is Endometriosis Awareness Month. Today being the 8th of March, it is an important date set aside to celebrate women. I doubt if there's a better day to discuss an issue that has remained an enigma, an invisible, incurable disorder affecting the lives of about 176 million women and girls globally.
I would like to, I'll move forward up until when we have our other guests come through. So we would like to call on Professor Isaac Adewale, who's an endo champion and also the former Minister of Health, and he'll be speaking on the challenges in the management of endometriosis in Nigeria.
Thank you so much, Inse, for that intro. And I also want to commend Dr. Bayomi Ajayi for putting these panelists together. It's a wonderful way to celebrate International Women's Day.
It was beautifully put, I must say. And when in doubt, we'll seek a second opinion. All right then. So while we wait for the address, we would move on to, we'd watch a short video, living with endometriosis, and it's a short video that's been put together by endo sufferers. So can we have that? Thank you.
I was trying to conceive, and it was discovered that I had like a very huge cyst in my womb. So I had to undergo a laparoscopic surgery. It was at that point that they diagnosed pelvic stage 3 endometriosis. So the huge cyst was actually an endometrioma and not just a cyst. So there were lots of adhesions around the pelvic region, which I guess was the major cause of the excruciating pains and cramps that I was having during my menstrual period. How has it affected my life? Well, I would say it was a major cause of my inability to conceive as at that time. So even though it wasn't diagnosed until I actually went for the surgery that was supposed to take out a suspected cyst blocking my ovary then. So how have you? My name is Dia. I am in Nigeria. I work and based in Lagos State. I had endometriosis without my knowledge. Precisely 2 years ago, I started noticing changes in my body system. Coupled with my severe menstrual cramps every month. Sometimes I have difficulty in breathing, and I noticed my tummy began to swell up. Also, I normally feel severe pain around my right side of the lungs. Coupled with my monthly cycle. All these drama continued until one day. I 6 months in the office and was rushed to hospital. After several medical research and hospital transfer, I had 4 unsuccessful surgeries. Then later, I was transferred here in Lagos, where I was diagnosed with endometriosis and was well treated. Today, I am feeling much better.
Appreciated pain and getting through endometriosis. My sex life is time I had to find and patient's husband. Social events, well, I would say naming ceremonies and wedding ceremonies. I don't go because of the psychological effects I do afterwards. Well, how do I manage it? I manage this through Danazin. My gynecologist prescribed it. But later, I was having this side effects.
You're welcome to Dr. Abayomi Ajayi live on Facebook and of course on Zoom. Today it's the last Sunday in the month of March. How time goes, we're already at the end of March, and that means the first quarter of the year is gone. You know something about the month of March is the month of endometriosis awareness. And I don't know if you are part of the Endo March, which we did a few days ago. Oh, okay, Farida, great to see you. Farida is from Ghana, right? So today also what we're talking about endometriosis, and it's a special edition, so which we titled "All You Need to Know About Endometriosis," because we are going to be talking to people who know about endometriosis.
Hello, my name is Farida Sewabrobe, founder of Endometriosis Foundation Ghana. We are focused on raising awareness on endometriosis, women's health, and sexual and reproductive rights of girls and young women. Over the past few years, we've managed to raise awareness in secondary schools, in work areas, in hospitals, and on social media. Currently, we have a social media following on Facebook of over 3,000 people, where a lot of our girls and women reach out to us. We've managed to share people's stories anonymously, and for others, we've managed to connect them with people with the right kind of help, or the right specialists in the country. We are able to reach people both in Ghana and abroad. For the past year, due to COVID, we've been limited in having physical trainings with people or the physical outreaches, but we continue to do Zoom meetings and then outreach on social media, partnering with groups and individuals to talk about endometriosis. Overall, we've been able to achieve a few outreaches in northern region of Ghana, particularly Tamale. In Accra, we had a health walk in Nima, and in Kumasi, we had a radio outreach, and also we've had a television outreach on Pent TV back in 2017. We've also had a street survey, and that was during 2019. Some of our challenges has to do with funding, so we're able to do what we can. Overall, we realized that endometriosis is still not really spoken about, not really heard about, but we are doing our best to even be able to move into the government sector, where we will be able to formulate a bill, or we can present a bill to Parliament, where endometriosis will now be further integrated into our health system. So we are doing the best we can, and we hope the coming years will bring more positive strides in terms of endometriosis. And we hope to continue to reach out to more people in Ghana and beyond. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Fauzia. I'm a pharmacist at the Tamale Teaching Hospital, and I also work in the community pharmacy. I joined the Endometriosis Foundation Ghana, I think in 2017. I don't remember the exact month, but it was in 2017. And before joining the foundation, I didn't even know there was such a condition as endometriosis. I didn't know there was anything like that. And so when I was in SS, I really used to think some of my colleagues were exaggerating their menstrual pain, because I used to think that, oh, we all feel a bit of discomfort, a bit of pain here and there, but I didn't think the pain warranted leaving class to go and lay down in the sick bay the whole day. I really used to think they were exaggerating, and maybe they didn't want to work or they didn't want to come to class. But after I joined the foundation and I read more about the condition, I really understand that the pain is real pain and it's not an exaggeration. And since joining the foundation, I think I joined the foundation in their March, and I think in 2017 we did it in Tamale here, which was quite successful. And then I think after that I did a little talk with some of the youth in my church, and I did it together with a doctor. We spoke to them about the condition and also made them understand that the pain is real and it's actually more common than we know, because as at the last time I checked, the statistics was 1 in every 10 women. So that's how common endometriosis is. And so since joining the foundation, I think what has changed is when my clients come to me at the community pharmacy, because I now understand the condition, I'm able to empathize more and I'm able to pay attention to managing their pain. Initially, before knowing about endometriosis, I didn't used to pay much attention to their pain medications when they come and complain. I used to think just paracetamol or brufen should be okay to cater, because I really used to think they were exaggerating the pain. But since I understood the condition, whenever I have clients who come and they are explaining pain that is suggestive of endometriosis, I take my time and then I give them appropriate pain medication, because I know the pain is real. The pain is real. And beyond the pain, there are many other factors that most people, I think even a lot of medical doctors don't really understand the condition. And so a lot of people tend to brush away the pain.
I joined the Endometriosis Foundation Ghana in the year 2017 after I had been diagnosed with DVT. It was during this period that I had the opportunity to meet the founder of Endometriosis Foundation Ghana, where she shared with me the mission and the vision of Endometriosis Foundation Ghana. I immediately joined the foundation and offered my services after having passed through pain myself when I was diagnosed with DVT. Since 2017, we have had the opportunity to, together with our team, we've had the opportunity to talk to and create awareness to over 500 individuals, which includes students and health professionals. Within the period, or within these years, these 5 years, we've actually had the opportunity to also create awareness even via a documentary which we held in the year 2019, where we tried to assess the knowledge of people on endometriosis, its symptoms, and how to cope with it. We have, since the pandemic struck, been active on our online platforms and also social media, where we have used these platforms to advocate for endometriosis awareness. We have, over the years, also had the opportunity to have donations done to some individuals. We also collaborated with the filmmakers of 1,000 Meters, where we had the opportunity to watch the film and also partake in a talk that was organized after the movie was shown. This movie was on sexual and human reproductive rights. The team has been very visible in Ghana ever since. We have had the opportunity to have TV and media outreaches on 3FM, on Paint TV, and on some other selected stations. This we have all done to champion the cause of creating awareness of endometriosis. Personally, endometriosis has impacted my life with a lot of knowledge. Endometriosis Foundation Ghana has impacted my life with a lot of knowledge. I have come to know that some myths that surround endometriosis, which one of them was that endometriosis will be over once you get pregnant. I've come to realize that that is not true. I've also come to realize that endometriosis is not a sexually transmitted infection, or it's not a contagious disease as others have mentioned it to be. And these informations I have passed on to people around me. I'm even able more to empathize with people who are going through what we call kilograms. And this has vastly changed my life and my perception about pain whenever women are going through their menstruation. I've also come to learn that endometriosis affects women, averagely over 200 million women worldwide, and that this pain is not normal, and most of them suffer in silence. So what can endometriosis do in the next years to make awareness or to make the campaign bigger? I believe that we can adopt a drama team to target some schools where we will be able to, specifically same-sex schools, where we'll be able to dramatize and then show these young ladies exactly what endometriosis is and how to cope with it. We could also get some celebrities to sign up to our campaign. This will let it go, have a far-reaching effect. And finally, if we are able to conduct and then publish some research findings, I believe that will go a long way to help fight our cause of creating awareness with endometriosis. Thank you.
heard of endometriosis?
No, please.
Martin Kanu, Facebook.
Can you please come again? The name is. Have you heard of endometriosis? This is just my first time of hearing that.
Your lower abdominal pain will be paining as if there is some insects moving around inside there.
One in 10 women suffer from endometriosis, and I want to assure every woman that has painful cramps that is so debilitating that they cannot even go about their normal disease, especially during their menses, to reach out. You can find us on Facebook at Endometriosis Foundation Ghana, and our website is also www.endometriosisghana.org. We are a message away, we are a call away. Don't hesitate to contact us so that we can help you meet the right kind of people so that you can get the right treatment. Do not suffer in silence. We are here for you. Thank you.
Endometriosis at the present time is best treated by surgical excision. Unfortunately, there are not enough endometriosis specialists available around the world. One of the missions of the worldwide EndoMarch is to establish more fellowship nationally and internationally. American Society of Reproductive Medicine and Society of Reproductive Surgeons and Society of Laparoscopic and Robotic Surgeons have established endometriosis fellowship specifically for this discipline, for this treatment of endometriosis. And you will see some of these fellows with the past training in endometriosis that we will introduce to you and their work gradually.
Hello, my name is Dr. Shruti Agarwal. I'm a second-year fellow with Dr. Nishat. I did my residency at UCF in Florida, and then I moved here to be able to learn how to be a specialist like Dr. Nishat and treat patients with endometriosis and other reproductive complaints. I think before I started this fellowship in residency, we are just not exposed as much to endometriosis. And being in this fellowship, I realized over the past year and a half how many patients have endometriosis and don't even realize it, or how many patients think they have endometriosis and don't have the right diagnosis or treatment for it and have struggled with it for many years. So being in this fellowship, being part of Endo March, hearing other patients talk about their experiences, talk about their recovery after surgery with us, and how much of their life has been improved since then has really opened my eyes on how big of a problem this disease is and how underdiagnosed and understudied it is. And I'm so glad to be part of this fellowship and EndoMarch to be able to be part of this struggle with the rest of our patients. Thank you.
I'm Dr. Janelle Mary Jackman, board-certified obstetrician and gynecologist and a minimally invasive reproductive surgeon. I worked with Dr. Najat starting in 2020 when I joined his fellowship in minimally invasive reproductive surgery, as well with a sub-focus on endometriosis and fibroids. At that time, I was amazed to learn how much I did not know about endometriosis, and I welcomed all the wealth of knowledge that I was able to gather from this fellowship. Endometriosis is still being taught throughout our med schools as well as our OBGYN residency as mainly a reproductive disorder experienced by women. But in reality, endometriosis is a whole body disorder experienced by many different people, ranging from women, girls, transgender men, even cisgender men, and non-binary people. And it has to be recognized that it can affect many organs in addition to the reproductive organs, but not solely the reproductive organs. Worldwide Endo March is a nonprofit organization aimed at promoting awareness, advocacy, education, early diagnosis and treatment, as well as research on endometriosis. I have been an active part of Worldwide Endo March from 2020, and last year I assumed the role as Vice Chair of the Trinidad and Tobago Endometriosis Association. Between these two organizations, we were able to organize many activities last year for Worldwide Endo March, as well as many activities for Endometriosis Awareness Month in March. And we were able to promote awareness, have patient as well as healthcare professional seminars with nurses, and we also made an appearance on national news to promote education and awareness of endometriosis. I believe definitely that endometriosis is such a pervasive disease that we need to deal with it from all levels, and that we need to have a plan, not just amongst healthcare providers, but nationally in dealing with endometriosis. We need to promote awareness that would lead to earlier diagnosis, and we also need to have more research so that we can potentially find a cure for endometriosis, this debilitating disease that affects so many people in our society. Apart from the person suffering from endometriosis, it must be mentioned that endometriosis also affects their families, friends, and loved ones. And it can decrease productivity, it can cause increase in absenteeism, as well as it can cause decrease in the ability for the patient to perform optimally, and it's a overall increase in the healthcare burden. So join me this month in March to work together in promotion and education on endometriosis so that we can work towards a cure, and even if not yet a cure, we can work towards education and awareness. Thank you.
Imagine being in so much pain during your period that you can't even move. Painkillers often don't work, and sometimes you have pain even on days without your period. Endometriosis can have a significant impact on your personal life. Chronic pain, fatigue, and lack of energy. Problems with your sex life and relationships, heavy bleeding, difficulty in fulfilling work at school, or having fun with friends. Doctors, parents, teachers, most of the time don't understand your pain and can easily convince you that a painful period is normal, which can lead to depression and isolation. You're not crazy. Endometriosis is a chronic disease affecting every 10th woman between the ages of 15 and 45 years old. A painful period is not normal, and it may be caused by endometriosis. Endometriosis affects about 190 million women worldwide. Endometriosis is a condition where cells similar to the ones in the lining of the uterus are found elsewhere in the body. These cells build up and then break down and cause bleeding based on the hormonal cycle. Today, we don't know why this is happening or even how to prevent this illness. But with the right endometriosis treatment, many of these issues can be addressed, and the symptoms of endometriosis may be made more manageable. The average diagnosis of endometriosis lasts 7 years from the first symptoms. Remember that endometriosis is a benign tumor. It does not always lead to infertility, and it is not contagious. A painful period is not normal. If you have any of these symptoms, or someone you know does, please contact an endometriosis specialist and make an appointment for a checkup. March is International Endometriosis Awareness Month. Find an association in your country or city that's involved and join us for Endo March. Follow us on Instagram, share our videos, and don't forget to use the hashtag EndoMarch. Support the awareness campaign by becoming a volunteer or donating at the link below this video. Find more information on our YouTube channel, EndoTalks_CZ.
Τρέχουμε μόνοι, αλλά όλοι για ένα κοινό σκοπό. Για τη διαφώτιση της ενδομητρίωσης. We all run alone, but for the same reason. To raise awareness for endometriosis. Η ενδομετρίωση είναι μια συχνή, μια χρόνια γυναικολογική πάθηση στις γυναίκες. Μία στις 10 γυναίκες στα γόνιμα χρόνια έχει ενδομετρίωση. Αν βάλουμε όλα τα στατιστικά να τα προσαρμόσουμε στα κυπριακά δεδομένα, υπολογίζουμε περίπου γύρω στις 20 με 25.000 γυναίκες. Υπάρχει αρκετή καθυστέρηση στη διάγνωση. Όμως στην Κύπρο, μιας και το αναφέραμε, έχουμε το άλλο πρόβλημα, ότι μπορεί να γίνεται γρήγορα η διάγνωση, αλλά δυστυχώς προτρέχουμε σε θεραπείες και πιο συγκεκριμένα σε χειρουργικές θεραπείες. Είναι παγκόσμια εκστρατεία η οποία έχει ξεκινήσει από την Αμερική και λαμβάνουν μέρος πάρα πολλές χώρες και η Κύπρος τα τελευταία 5 χρόνια έχει ως στόχο την ευαισθητοποίηση για την ενδομετρίωση, την ενημέρωση των γυναικών του κόσμου, ούτως ώστε να ξέρουμε τι είναι, να ξέρουμε τι πρέπει να κάνουμε. Είμαστε περιορισμένοι λόγω του COVID, δυστυχώς, οπότε μόνο διαδικτυακά και με τα μέσα μαζικής ενημέρωσης ενημερώνουμε τον κόσμο.
Μία στις 10 γυναίκες στην Κύπρο υποφέρει από ενδομητρίωση. Σε όλο τον κόσμο, 200 εκατομμύρια γυναίκες παλεύουν με την πάθηση. Η ενδομητρίωση ενοχοποιείται για προβλήματα υπογονιμότητας, ενώ συχνά δεν δίνει ορατά συμπτώματα. Η έγκαιρη διάγνωση συμβάλλει στην πρόληψη των επιπλοκών της. Μήπως είσαι και εσύ μία από τις γυναίκες που υποφέρει από ενδομητρίωση και δεν το ξέρεις? Ενημερώσου, μίλα με τον γυναικολόγο σου για σωστή αντιμετώπιση και θεραπεία. Endo March Cyprus. Στηρίζουμε το παγκόσμιο κίνημα ευαισθητοποίησης και ενημέρωσης για την ενδομητρίωση.
I'm an ambassador for Endo March Cyprus. I think the work that Endo March has been doing has been critical, not only in raising awareness about the condition, but very importantly about allowing women to feel that sense of entitlement to ask about the condition, to seek help and to connect with others. I think in many ways, being able to feel that you have solutions when you're kind of faced with a condition that's confusing, that's painful, that's a threat to one's reproductive health is key. And I think that's where Endo March Cyprus does its brilliant work. Its new campaign about talking about things, about connecting and about seeking the right support is, I think, fundamental in the quality of life of every woman going through this.
Hi, my name is Camilla. Endometriosis, a word that echoes around the world, especially in the month of March, yet few women come forward bravely to say that they're really suffering from it. Could it be because they don't realize or want to believe that this disease has really hit them? Having undergone one operation for endometriosis a few years back and having seen no improvement in the quality of my life, I thought that this condition was something I had to live with forever. Until I was lucky enough to meet the right specialist, and after just a few hours of counseling, he convinced me to pull through one more laparoscopic operation. Now I'm able to live a normal life without pain and suffering. While this disease has threatened to overtake me, it has not. And I owe this to the Endo March campaign in Cyprus as the reason to find the right direction. Through its activity and wide network, the campaign raises awareness by sharing information about endometriosis and supporting all women who are victims of this disease. I hope for all of us not only to seek help, but to continue to boldly advocate for ourselves and our health, because unfortunately our pain is not often taken seriously. No woman should battle endometriosis on her own, because thanks to Endo March awareness, it is no longer an enemy to our health. Thank you.
Endometriosis affects 1 in 10 women and 200 million worldwide. It may cause no problem ever, but it usually affects quality of life, and sometimes so severely that women suffer more than anything else. Daily, I see women with delayed or misdiagnosis, women who underwent multiple and incomplete surgeries, and this is due to lack of awareness, correct information, and correct management. Besides pain, infertility is an equally important consequence of endometriosis. I find the combination of pain and infertility in young and otherwise healthy women with endometriosis the most challenging problem in gynecology. It is an unpredictable disease because in different patients may present with different symptoms, different severity, and different progress in time. Every case should be individualized and every consultation should be adapted to each woman's symptoms and needs. Endometriosis has no fixed rules apart from the responsibility to provide the best quality care in each woman. Although in most of the world the emphasis goes on delayed diagnosis, in Cyprus I see the opposite: relatively faster diagnosis but wrong management and surgery done by non-experts. Cyprus is a small island in East Mediterranean Sea with just under 1 million citizens. In 2016, Endo March Cyprus kicked off, and since then we have been working hard towards educating women about endometriosis, its symptoms, diagnosis and treatment options. We support worldwide Endo March, and we will continue to raise awareness and help women not only in March but every day of the year. Here from Cyprus, we wish that less women suffer from endometriosis and soon to have the tool to prevent the disease developing. Thank you.
Hello, I am Adrian Salamon from Hungary. I am the leader of the Hungarian Endometriosis Awareness. Let me share with you our videos and activities from 2021.
wife had been suffering from chronic pain, struggling with constant fatigue, disappointment, frustration for 4 years. Underestimating her symptoms, doctors left her questions unanswered. Numerous doctors have misdiagnosed her in different parts of the world. The emergency surgery was a rapid step forward in Budapest, where we face a war changing our lives, endometriosis. Since then, like others facing this disease, we live day by day, appointment by appointment, hoping for no more surgeries, no more fatigue, no more pain, and for this disease not to spread to another parts of the body. That's why I decided to launch a series of cycling events to spread awareness about endometriosis around the world, and at the same time to raise donations for education.
Hi, I'm Sina Nejad from Atlanta, and I am happy to report that one of the major accomplishments of the Endo March is a call to action on early detection of endometriosis by advocating focus on adolescent and young women's endometriosis. In that regard, book has been published for the first time, many meetings, and I am very pleased to tell you that the large group of young women and girls, they are speaking out and looking for help and educating other people. So I'm truly honored to be part of this movement, and hopefully we will have an end, or at least a diagnosis and cure. So wishing you all well. Forwards we go.
Coucou, ici Anastasia de l'association Endo Espoir Océan Indien. C'est avec plaisir que nous participons à l'Endo March cette année. Nous allons vous présenter dans cette vidéo un point positif et un point négatif en lien avec l'endométriose. Le négatif que je vais aborder, ça va être l'endométriose et l'emploi. En effet, il est possible d'être accompagné dans sa recherche d'emploi par des professionnels tels que Pôle emploi, avec qui l'association travaille, donc également, car ça nous tient à cœur de pouvoir échanger avec les professionnels et les institutions sur le sujet pour sensibiliser, car dans une entreprise, il y a forcément des femmes qui ont de l'endométriose ou dans l'entourage proche et personnel des individus. Donc c'est très important de mettre en lumière le fait qu'une femme qui a de l'endométriose peut, selon bien sûr son état de santé, parce qu'il y en a qui ne peuvent plus travailler, mais peut, dans une certaine mesure, exercer une activité professionnelle si on lui en donne les moyens. Le point positif que je vais aborder est très personnel. Donc, beaucoup de femmes pensent que quand on a l'endométriose, on est en situation de stérilité. Alors oui, on peut avoir des problèmes de fertilité avec l'endométriose. C'est un fait. Si je ne me trompe, 40% des femmes qui ont de l'endométriose ont des difficultés à concevoir. Mais le positif que je peux apporter aujourd'hui, c'est qu'après 4 ans de traitement en AMP, 6 inséminations artificielles et une FIV, je suis devenue maman le mois dernier d'un petit garçon. C'est donc un message d'espoir que les membres de l'association et moi-même nous vous délivrons. Gardez espoir, entourez-vous de professionnels qui sont spécialisés dans la pathologie.
Endo Action est ravi d'avoir pu participer à la Journée mondiale de l'endométriose. Nous remercions nos partenaires associatifs, l'association Endo Espoir Océan Indien, basée à l'île de la Réunion, et l'association Endométriose Vaucluse. Nous souhaitons aussi remercier tous les partenaires, tous les collaborateurs avec lesquels nous essayons de collaborer au quotidien pour faire connaître et reconnaître, nous espérons un jour, l'endométriose. N'oublions pas que la maladie touche environ 1 à 2 femmes sur 10 et qu'elle impacte la vie professionnelle, familiale, sociale et privée des femmes atteintes. Il reste encore pas mal de choses à faire pour que les femmes atteintes d'endométriose soient réellement bien prises en charge et qu'elles soient reconnues en tant que telles. Unissons-nous, unissons nos forces pour que un jour l'endométriose soit reconnue en tant que telle et qu'elle soit prise en charge dans sa globalité. Merci et à bientôt.
Ciao, sono Chiara e sono una su 10, una donna su 10 delle 3 milioni che in Italia sono affette da endometriosi.
Sono Francesco e mia cugina Jessica è una donna su 10.
Sono Giorgia e sono una su 10.
Sono Miguel e la mia mamma è una donna su 10.
Sono Elisa e mia sorella Chiara è una donna su 10.
Ciao, sono Nicolò e mia moglie Giovanna è una su 10.
Ciao, io mi chiamo Emma e la mia mamma Giovanni è una su 10.
Io sono Chiara e mia cugina Jessica è una donna su 10.
Ciao, sono Vanessa, ho 24 anni e sono 1 su 10.
Sono Fabio e sono il compagno di Lenia, 1 su 10.
Sono Ariana e sono 1 su 10.
Ciao, sono Alina e sono 1 su 10.
Sono Adriana e ho l'endometriosi.
Ciao, sono Barbara e sono una donna su 10 delle 3 milioni di donne affette da endometriosi.
Sono Elisabetta e sono una donna su 10.
Mi chiamo Paolo e mia moglie Giulia è una donna su 10.
Ciao, sono Davide e mia moglie Chiara è una su 10.
Chi eri prima di scoprire di avere l'endometriosi?
Ero una persona felice, facevo pattinaggio artistico a livello agonistico, avevo un mio negozio e viaggiavo tanto e riuscivo ad occuparmi delle mie figlie.
C'è qualcosa di positivo tra i tanti risvolti negativi che ti ha portato l'endometriosi?
La cosa più bella che mi ha regalato è stata la conoscenza di tantissime meravigliose donne che condividono comunque il solito percorso di vita, di lotta, di dolori e di sofferenze, però prendendosi per mano è comunque fa tutto meno male.
Prova per un attimo a pensare all'endometriosi come una persona e immagina di averla di fronte a te in questo momento. Cosa le diresti?
Chiederei di fermarsi un attimo, di guardarmi e attraverso i miei occhi di provare a pensare che sta guardando non solo Simona, ma sta guardando una donna su 10, sta guardando 176 milioni di donne al mondo che in questo momento, ogni minuto, ogni attimo, ogni giorno della loro vita passano delle sofferenze atroci e che tutto questo non è giusto, perché questa malattia è una malattia veramente cattiva e questo non deve succedere. Quindi gli chiederei basta sofferenza, basta questa malattia cattiva, basta endometriosi.
C'è stato qualcosa in particolare a cui hai pensato prima di sottoporti al tuo primo intervento per endometriosi?
Sì, l'ultima cosa a cui ho pensato prima di addormentarmi è stata l'intubazione, perché ero terrorizzata completamente e pensavo di accorgermene, invece non ho sentito nulla ed è stato il mio ultimo pensiero e anche una delle mie più grandi preoccupazioni.
Hai paura che tua figlia possa scoprire di avere la tua stessa malattia?
Sì, questo è il mio peggiore incubo, l'incubo che a causa dell'endometriosi possa soffrire e non essere compresa dalle persone che la circondano e che la amano, l'incubo di non trovare un dottore che dia il giusto valore ai suoi sintomi, che non la prenda per pazza e che dia una giusta e tempestiva diagnosi, ma anche l'incubo che a causa della malattia non possa realizzarsi come donna, nell'intraprendere ad esempio una carriera lavorativa o nell'essere mamma o nello svolgere comunque tutte le attività come tutte le altre persone fanno normalmente.
Nella difficile convivenza con la malattia, ti è mai sfiorato il pensiero di mollare tutto e abbandonare le terapie?
Sì, certo, mi è capitato, però poi ho capito che non ne valeva la pena, perché ogni volta che mi diminuiscono i medicamenti sto così male che non riesco a uscire di casa, quindi ho capito che le terapie mi servono e sono utili e le proseguo.
Qual è la cosa che ti ha fatto più male da quando hai scoperto di soffrire di endometriosi?
Mi fa male pensare a tutti quegli anni in cui ho cercato delle risposte dai medici che hanno sottovalutato i miei sintomi. Quelli erano anni in cui avrei potuto contrastare la progressione della malattia e le sue terribili conseguenze.
Come ti comporti nell'attesa di ricevere i risultati degli esami legati alla tua malattia?
Nei tempi di attesa ho mal di pancia, mal di stomaco, ma cerco di non pensare e mi tengo occupata con il Pilates, le passeggiate, le cene con le amiche e appunto tengo la mente sempre in movimento in modo tale che quello poi diventa l'ultimo pensiero.
Qual è la cosa più bella che ti sei sentita dire da chi ha saputo della tua malattia?
Mi sono sentita dire: sei coraggiosa e forte, combatti, ti vogliamo qui per tanto tempo e non c'è niente di più bello che essere voluta bene.
Qual è stata la tua sensazione nel momento in cui ti sei ritrovata a condividere la tua esperienza con un'altra donna affetta dalla tua stessa patologia?
Ci sono tante sensazioni. La mia è stata la consapevolezza di poter condividere con un'altra donna questo fardello e che mi sono sentita meno sola, più ascoltata. In poche parole, io mi sono sentita me stessa.
Qual è stata la tua reazione quando hai ricevuto la diagnosi?
Era la prima volta che sentivo questa parola, endometriosi, e ho capito che serve una vasta e massiccia campagna di informazione per far sì che altre giovani donne non debbano soffrire quello che ho sofferto io.
Qual è il tuo rapporto con la sessualità?
È una dinamica di coppia molto bella ma contrastante. A questo amore si unisce la sofferenza di dolori fisici importanti nel durante e nei giorni successivi. Quindi c'è una preoccupazione di fondo che accompagna quell'evento. Per esempio, chi con me a causa dell'endometriosi ha subito anche delle conseguenze neurologiche e muscolari che incidono perfino quotidianamente, no, sulla qualità di vita. Sai benissimo che anche la sessualità fisicamente e in maniera conseguenziale anche psicologicamente farà il suo decorso negativo di sofferenza.
Nei momenti più difficili c'è qualcosa il cui solo pensiero ti fa star meglio?
In quei momenti penso a tutto quello che ho fatto fino ad ora e la forza con cui sto provando a risolvere i problemi che l'endometriosi comporta. Una forza che non sapevo di avere. Mi fido di me, questo è quello che penso.
Grazie al tuo vissuto, hai mai pensato di fare qualcosa per aiutare altre donne al primo approccio con la malattia?
Ho semplicemente pensato di mettere a disposizione me, Simona, quindi la mia storia, e l'ho fatto attraverso una pagina Facebook e Instagram. Ho aperto questa pagina dove mi racconto, dove metto a disposizione la mia storia, il mio percorso di vita, semplicemente perché spero che quello che è successo a me non succeda mai più a nessun'altra donna.
Qual è il tuo rapporto con i medici?
Con il mio medico di famiglia è un rapporto bellissimo, lui mi sostiene e mi aiuta in tutto. Con gli specialisti è più complicato, ci si sente spesso soli, nonostante si abbiano diversi medici intorno. E quindi se posso darvi un consiglio è sempre di lottare per ottenere quello di cui avete bisogno, una cura, un medicamento, di non lasciar perdere. Dovete veramente sempre imporvi e lottare finché otterrete quello di cui avete bisogno.
Cosa rappresenta per te la Worldwide Endo March?
Rappresenta unione di ragazze che arrivano da tutta Italia insieme ai genitori e amici per combattere contro una malattia che colpisce una donna su 10, l'endometriosi.
Partecipo a questa marcia per tutte quelle donne che ogni giorno si sentono dire che sono solo dolori mestruali. Non è così. L'endometriosi esiste ed è giusto conoscerla e riconoscerla.
Partecipo a questa iniziativa perché è giusto che anche gli uomini sappiano di questa malattia e perché solo conoscendola possiamo aiutare le donne che ne sono affette.
Supporto EndoMarch Italy per non far sentire sole 3 milioni di donne in Italia.
Sostengo l'EndoMarch Team Italy perché mia moglie è affetta da questa patologia, che coinvolge milioni di famiglie e inevitabilmente i rapporti di coppia.
Partecipo alla Worldwide Endo March per supportare tantissime donne che come me soffrono di endometriosi, ma che prima di arrivare alla diagnosi hanno sofferto per moltissimi anni.
Io marcio per sostenere i diritti delle donne affette da endometriosi.
Sono qui per sentirmi meno sola e per spiegare al mondo quanto sia difficile per una giovane donna convivere con un alto rischio di infertilità.
Supporto Worldwide Endo March per rompere il silenzio e chiedere alle istituzioni delle leggi per chi soffre di questa malattia.
Partecipo alla Worldwide Endo March perché è un momento in cui tutte insieme possiamo far sentire la nostra voce.
Io marcio per rivendicare i diritti di mia mamma Simona e quelli di 3 milioni di donne affette da endometriosi.
Sostengo la marcia perché il nostro dolore è reale, non siamo esagerate.
Ciao, sono Erika, ho 24 anni e sono una su 10. Ho deciso di supportare Worldwide Endo March perché insieme siamo più forti. Ciao!
Siamo giunti all'edizione 2022 della Worldwide Endo March, marcia mondiale per la consapevolezza sull'endometriosi. Sono Giovanna e sono una delle 4 ragazze organizzatrici della 9ª edizione italiana. Con Chiara, Francesca e Patrizia abbiamo dato il via ad un'importantissima campagna di sensibilizzazione sull'endometriosi, sostenute da tantissime altre donne affette dalla patologia, a loro volta supportate dalle rispettive famiglie ed amici. Il nostro obiettivo è quello di rompere il silenzio intorno ad una patologia ancora oggi purtroppo poco conosciuta, sebbene conti in Italia oltre 3 milioni di donne.
La Worldwide Endo March è una passeggiata pacifica lungo le vie di Roma, la nostra capitale. Centinaia di donne, centinaia di persone con addosso una maglia gialla, colore distintivo dell'endometriosi, scende in piazza per rivendicare i diritti delle malate affette da questa patologia. Negli ultimi 2 anni di pandemia causata da Covid-19, il Team Italy non si è perso d'animo. Ha attivato delle iniziative attraverso i propri canali social, tra i quali possiamo ricordare l'Endo Social Day, la Call to Action Facciamo luce sull'endometriosi e i vari flash mob.
Tra le diverse attività promosse dall'EndoMarch Team Italy, quella che ci ha dato maggiore soddisfazione è il progetto del Far luce sull'endometriosi, dove si è chiesto alle amministrazioni comunali di illuminare di giallo o una piazza o un monumento o la facciata di un palazzo istituzionale. Questa call to action ha generato un'onda di sensibilizzazione coinvolgendo centinaia di comuni, dai più piccoli alle più grandi province dell'intero paese, arrivando fino a Roma, ai palazzi dell'istituzione. Tutto questo, per 3 milioni di donne, ha rappresentato un segnale di grande vicinanza.
Grazie all'azione di informazione e sensibilizzazione posta in essere in questi anni, nel 2017 l'endometriosi è stata inserita nei nuovi LEA, i livelli essenziali di assistenza. Con questo riconoscimento ogni donna affetta da endometriosi al 3° o 4° stadio ha l'esenzione 0,63. Tale esenzione consente di poter usufruire ogni 6 mesi gratuitamente di un'ecografia interna ed esterna e di un crisma opaco. Un passo importante e significativo, ma non basta, occorre fare di più. Occorrono nuove ed ulteriori tutele sia dal punto di vista sanitario che dal punto di vista lavorativo. Per questo è fondamentale scendere in piazza il prossimo 26 marzo in nome dei diritti e della salute di tutte le donne affette da endometriosi.
La endometriosis es una enfermedad crónica, progresiva y en al menos el 50% de las mujeres afectadas recurrente, de la que aún se desconoce la causa que la produce. Afecta a un número que oscila entre un 10 y un 15% de la población femenina, aunque hay estudios que apuntan al 20%, valores que no pueden ser certificados debido a la ausencia de estudios al respecto. Está fuertemente asociada a los casos de infertilidad o subfertilidad, incapacidades, enfermedades muchas veces producidas por la misma patología, y no existe un tratamiento curativo. Encontramos que el androcentrismo científico ha generado, alimentado y perpetuado la discriminación e invisibilidad de las mujeres en la medicina. Hoy en día padecemos las consecuencias de este orden social establecido. Las enfermedades que afectan a la salud sexual y reproductiva de las mujeres apenas son investigadas y no existen tratamientos específicos. Tal y como se recoge en las conclusiones del Consejo de la Unión Europea sobre la salud de las mujeres, se ha de reconocer que las condiciones sociales y sanitarias, las manifestaciones clínicas, los enfoques terapéuticos, la eficacia y los efectos secundarios del tratamiento de las enfermedades y trastornos pueden variar entre mujeres y hombres. Pero aún así, el abordaje profesional en nuestro caso deja mucho que desear, bien por falta de formación de profesionales, bien por dejadez de las administraciones que no proveen de recursos a nuestra sanidad, o bien por falta de investigación al respecto. Es por todo esto y por las más de 2 millones de mujeres afectadas de nuestro país que desde ADAEC llevamos años lanzando esta propuesta de Plan Nacional contra la Endometriosis.
Es un derecho fundamental en la salud de la mujer que exista unas pautas de actuación de ámbito nacional para los profesionales sanitarios sobre el diagnóstico, tratamiento y prevención de esta enfermedad. Por eso pedimos actualizar dicha guía, difundirla, ponerla en funcionamiento y promover la creación de protocolos de salud autonómicos como el existente en Andalucía desde el 2009, para fomentar de igual modo la igualdad territorial.
Potenciar la creación de unidades especializadas oficiales en los centros públicos, con una orientación multidisciplinar en el diagnóstico y tratamiento de la endometriosis en cada comunidad autónoma, como especifica la guía mencionada anteriormente. Las pacientes en grado severo, a consecuencia de la retirada de los fondos de cohesión interterritorial, no están siendo derivadas a hospitales con equipo multidisciplinar, como especifican ambas guías. Cuando la extensión de la enfermedad abarca tantos órganos, es preciso que se trate a la paciente con estos equipos integrados en los hospitales de referencia.
Garantizar el acceso a las técnicas de reproducción asistida en condiciones de igualdad de oportunidades y de equidad, que sean adaptados a nuestra patología. Eliminar la espera en pacientes con endometriosis, donde el tiempo va en nuestra contra, e igualar los mismos derechos con otras patologías y comunidades.
En cuanto a la formación de los profesionales de la salud, se debe incrementar la formación del personal sanitario de atención primaria desde la misma guía estatal. Por supuesto, potenciar la formación específica de los ginecólogos en el conocimiento de la enfermedad y en las técnicas adecuadas para su diagnóstico y tratamiento. Asimismo, facilitar la derivación de pacientes entre los diferentes niveles del Sistema Nacional de Salud y entre las distintas comunidades autónomas hasta que no se implanten las unidades de referencia en cada una de ellas.
La información en salud de la mujer que padece endometriosis es un derecho fundamental de la misma, por lo que instamos a instituciones y profesionales sanitarios a que promuevan de manera urgente unos protocolos de detección precoz de la endometriosis. Sufrimos una media de 8 años en el diagnóstico y cuando llega, muchas veces es demasiado tarde para algunas.
Las mujeres afectadas de endometriosis necesitamos que se realicen estudios epidemiológicos para establecer la frecuencia real de la afectación en España. Con esto, se conseguirá confeccionar una base de datos correcta y fiable. Aún sin contar con dicha base de datos, a día de hoy barajamos porcentajes que van desde el 10 al 20% de afectadas, y las estadísticas nos confirman que al menos 1 de cada 10 mujeres en este país la padece en cualquiera de sus 4 grados.
Es un aspecto clave para afrontar esta enfermedad y garantizar el derecho a la salud de las mujeres. A día de hoy solo tenemos administración de hormonas y cirugía, en muchos casos muy frecuentes y poco distantes en el tiempo. Cirugías que causan más lesiones y más adherencias. Las mujeres nos encontramos abandonadas en la investigación, en un mundo en el que las enfermedades masculinas se les dedican hasta un 70% más de la inversión.
La Agencia Española del Medicamento y Productos Sanitarios debe realizar una farmacovigilancia efectiva sobre los medicamentos indicados para la endometriosis, pues existen sospechas fundadas de que los ensayos clínicos sobre estos medicamentos están totalmente sesgados, por lo que los fármacos pueden tener riesgos desde su diseño. Los tratamientos no son específicos para nuestra patología y nos meten en un cajón desastre en el que todo es posible. No todo vale, y crear drogodependientes desde las unidades del dolor o provocar patologías complementarias por la administración indiscriminada y sin control de tratamientos no eficaces no es la solución a nuestro problema.
Hay 4 grados de endometriosis, de leve a severa, siendo los 2 últimos los más graves y causantes de una serie de incapacitaciones permanentes en las enfermas. Pero tampoco podemos olvidar que los 2 primeros grados de la enfermedad también son incapacitantes en muchos casos. La endometriosis suele ir ligada a una incapacidad temporal o permanente y también a algún grado de discapacidad. Pero esto no se nos reconoce como tal, ya que estamos fuera del Real Decreto 1971/1999 para el reconocimiento, declaración y calificación del grado de minusvalía. Y al no tener una regulación precisa, estamos desprotegidas ante la ley, hecho que sin sentido alguno se complementa con el hecho de que la endometriosis sea considerada una enfermedad discapacitante por las fuerzas y cuerpos de seguridad del Estado, dejándonos fuera del acceso a las mismas.
Para la sociedad no existimos. Ni siquiera cuando somos diagnosticadas podemos recordar al llegar a casa cómo se llamaba la enfermedad sin mirar el informe. Al igual que en otras patologías, sí se realizan labores de difusión, tanto ambulatoria como mediática, y queremos lo mismo. Queremos dejar de ser invisibles para una sociedad que no nos entiende, para la que no estamos ni enfermas, porque no entienden ni conocen el alcance de la enfermedad. Es tan insoportable el dolor físico como el moral y el psíquico. Debemos dejar de ser invisibles y romper este silencio en el que nos tienen tanto las administraciones públicas como los profesionales médicos y como la sociedad en sí misma, por valores erróneos adquiridos durante siglos y por desconocimiento. Mantenernos en el silencio no es más que otra forma de violencia de género hacia muchas mujeres y por eso nosotras no guardamos silencio y hacemos nuestra propia difusión, como este mismo vídeo, así que comparte como si no hubiese un mañana, porque al hacerlo nos haces visibles. Comparte.
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 Ayúdanos y comparte.
Estas son nuestras reivindicaciones. Esto es lo básico que debería de tener cualquier enfermedad crónica. ADAEC lleva años luchando para conseguir un trato adecuado y digno para esta enfermedad y para las mujeres que la padecen. Tiene que acabar el sufrimiento de tantas mujeres que pasan tantos años e incluso décadas hasta conseguir un diagnóstico. Tienen que acabar las consecuencias devastadoras y en ocasiones fatales para todas las mujeres que la padecen, que son condenadas a una vida de dolor y sufrimiento. Tiene que acabar la incomprensión social que hay en torno a la endometriosis y sobre todo la incomprensión de algunos médicos que no conocen las consecuencias tan devastadoras de esta enfermedad. Tienen que cesar también todas las lágrimas de todas esas mujeres a las que la endometriosis les ha robado el sueño de ser madres. Somos 200 millones de mujeres, 200 millones de mujeres gritando para ser escuchadas. Escucha nuestro grito y grita con nosotras, para que las niñas de hoy sean mujeres sanas en el futuro. La endometriosis afecta a 1 de cada 10. Somos 1 de cada 10. Pero esto no solamente nos afecta a nosotras, también nos afecta a vosotros. Nos afecta a todos.
Hi everyone, my name is Abby Peterson. I'm 23 years old and I currently reside in Southern California. I graduated from Southern Methodist University in Dallas, Texas in May of 2021 with Bachelor's of Science degrees in Biological Sciences and Health and Society. I also minored in Religious Studies while there. I was a passionate member of the pre-health community and I hope to attend medical school in the fall of 2023. While in college, I started to experience a variety of whole body debilitating symptoms, from fatigue to crippling nausea to pain. I was lost and I was really confused, and I was looking for hope in a variety of specialists, all of whom did their very best to help me, and none of whom could figure out what was going on. Most of all, I couldn't figure out what was going on, and I was terrified, struggling daily to figure out how to push through to the next day, and how to reconcile the fact that no one could figure out if there was a cause for my symptoms. That gets in your head. Luckily, I didn't give up on myself, and I found Dr. Najat after a lot of research on my own. After his examination and subsequent laparoscopy, it was confirmed that I had severe endometriosis. Dr. Najat and his team changed my life in so many ways. Not only did they give me back my body, they gave me back my hope and my sense of self. Unfortunately, endometriosis is not well understood in the public nor in the medical community. And finding relief like I did is pretty rare. I feel so lucky to have found the relief I did, but I also feel responsible to contribute to greater hope for more people out there who are suffering with endo. As part of my gap year, I've had the opportunity to be a pre-medical intern with Dr. Najat and his team. I've learned so much in this role and have been grateful to contribute to research and various projects. I also had the opportunity to shadow in the operating room, and that was an experience beyond measure. It became evident very quickly how much skill and precision is required to truly understand this disease and to treat it. I am so grateful for the opportunity to be involved in Endo March and the Najat Institute. My life has been changed as a patient and as a pre-health student. I know what it feels like to be exhausted and in pain and confused and lost and doubting yourself. Luckily, I also know what it feels like to gain some clarity and relief. I am hopeful that the Najat Family Foundation and the Endo March will continue to grow awareness for endo, and that as time goes on, there will be less people suffering alone.
Hi, I'm Emma Cox, Chief Executive of Endometriosis UK, and welcome to the Worldwide Endo March this year. Endometriosis UK is here for all those affected by endometriosis, and we're determined to make sure that everyone gets prompt diagnosis and the best treatment and support. We work to break down barriers to access and be a powerful voice for those with endometriosis, driving up care standards across the UK. The endometriosis community is at the heart of everything we do, and we strive to support and represent all experiences. We fight to make change happen, to end chronic menstrual-related pain being brushed off as normal, and to raise awareness of endometriosis. It's been a tough year for the endometriosis community, as it has for so many. The COVID-19 pandemic has seen surgeries and appointments cancelled, postponed, and we've sadly seen very big delays and much longer waiting times for surgery. Many are still waiting surgery they were supposed to have last March and April when the pandemic started, suffering all that time. There's been limited access to doctors and treatments, and there'll be a knock-on effect delaying diagnosis times, which can have such a negative impact on mental as well as physical health. We're calling for endometriosis to be given due priority as services resume and not get ignored or thought of as low priority, as so often happened in the past. Throughout the year, we've worked hard to raise awareness and improve services and support, as have so many within the endometriosis community. Our highlights include working with the BBC, lobbying MPs in Parliament for a debate on funding research, and launching our 1.5 million Voices campaign. We've worked with the Scottish Government on their ambitious Women's Health Plan, which aims to reduce diagnosis time and improve support and treatment. Our volunteers, like the amazing teams who arrange the Endo Marches across the UK, have done so much to provide support. And a very big thank you to all the healthcare practitioners we've worked with to deliver webinars, provide information and get help to those who need it, especially in such a very busy year. Our new logo highlights the end in endometriosis. We want to end the taboos, end the silence, end the ignorance, end the isolation and end the pain. One day we want to see an end to endometriosis through research, finding a cause and a cure. Have a good March.
Hi, I'm Brett, and I'm joining the Endo March because I want to make sure that those who have chronic pelvic pain, those who have endometriosis, those that are awaiting a diagnosis know that they're not alone. I'm joining the Endo March because better awareness needs to take place. Pressure on the government and healthcare providers needs to happen so that a greater standard and baseline of care can be administered to those with endometriosis, chronic pain, adenomyosis. And by joining the Endo March, I can help do those things and build greater awareness.
We are joining the Endo March Scotland because awareness is key to
ending the stigma around endometriosis.
Hi, I'm Susie and I've been organising Endo March for UK since 2015. I wear yellow to raise awareness for everyone who has endometriosis, for my daughter and for future generations.
Hi, my name is Helen and I've been part of the London Awareness March since 2016. Endometriosis can be a very lonely and isolating condition, and our march brings together our fabulous community in a visual representation of our strength. I love that lifelong friendships have been made at our march.
Hi, my name's Sarah and I've helped organise the Endo March London since 2016. I march because endometriosis can be so isolating and the day brings so many of us together, allowing us to share our experiences and know that we're not alone in what we're going through.
Hi, this is Team Leeds speaking. Happy Endometriosis Awareness Month. In Leeds, we are marching to raise awareness for the 20,000 people across our city that are suffering with endometriosis. In Leeds, we are working with Leeds City Council and MPs to raise awareness alongside Endometriosis UK. Together, we will create better awareness and try and cut down that diagnosis time for people across our city. We hope that you have the most amazing day and time this awareness month and keep speaking to one another, supporting one another and helping each other.
I am joining the Endo March here in Mid Wales to raise awareness and let people living with endometriosis in our rural communities know that they're not forgotten and support is there if and when they need it.
We've supported and mobilised our community to share their stories, speak to the media and lobby their members of parliament. Joining together strengthens our voice, helps us improve the lives of all those affected by endometriosis and work towards a future where endometriosis has the least possible impact on those living with the disease.
to Team Leeds Endo March 2022. Here in Leeds, we run local support groups and we work together with the media, the government and local councils to raise awareness across our city and the rest of Yorkshire and the UK to ensure that nobody suffers alone. From happy times to sad times in Leeds, we come together and we work together, we make friends and we have fun. Here are some pictures of us together with other groups and organisations. In Leeds, there are 20,000 people with endometriosis. We believe that these people deserve better support and help. This is why we created National Endometriosis Survivors Support.
Hello, I'm Hilary Benn, the MP for Leeds Central, and I'm supporting the campaign to raise awareness about a medical condition known as endometriosis. It affects between 10 and 20,000 women, it's thought. In Leeds, it causes heavy and painful periods and other debilitating effects on women's lives. We don't really know what causes it. There are some treatments available, but it's important that more research is undertaken and we don't want women to suffer in silence. And I want to pay tribute to Keisha Meek, my constituent, who's done an extraordinary job in raising awareness of this condition and campaigning for more effective treatments and greater recognition of it. And I wish the campaign every success. All the best. Thanks for watching. Bye.
We march the Endo March because endometriosis is a full body disease. It isn't just a bad period and it can affect most organs in your body, including your lungs. It affects physical and mental health. I'd like to think that future generations have got access to better healthcare, earlier diagnosis and access to specialists that they need to try and help fight this disease. I'd like to think that in the future there is more research done into raising awareness to hopefully find a cure.
Hi y'all! Okay, it's that time of year again, Endometriosis Awareness Month. So what does it mean to me? So for me, it just means that more, pushing that awareness more, getting the word out obviously to other people about the symptoms and just that education. And if we even just reach one more person that doesn't have it and they think, oh hang on, that sounds like me, then it's worth everything.
Hi, I'm Councillor Matthew Robinson from Leeds City Council and I'm supporting the Leeds Endo March because I believe it's a great opportunity to raise awareness about endometriosis, but it's also a great opportunity to help understand the struggles that far too many women face day in, day out with the condition. It's clear to me that we need to raise the profile of endometriosis. We need to help inform each other and help educate each other about endometriosis so it doesn't become a taboo topic. We need to make sure that there is support available to women and that their condition is understood by employers, by friends, by family, but society as a whole. And this march is a great opportunity to do that. It's a great opportunity to help each other. It's a great opportunity to educate ourselves, and I fully support it. So please support the Endo March, stay safe and look after each other. Thank you.
Hi, I EndoMarch for our daughter. She was 13 when she was diagnosed with endometriosis. She's now 16 and needs a wheelchair due to how things have affected her mobility over the years. Even though we were lucky to get a diagnosis so young, it really wasn't without the usual fight to be listened, to be heard, to be believed by the medical profession. Even though this was confirmed and diagnosed by laparoscopy, it wasn't removed, so she had to go through a second surgery for this to be excised with a different specialist who agreed to help. This march is an amazing thing because it brings people together from all over the world, friends, family, loved ones, all together for the same cause.
I Endo March to help raise awareness, to help empower others, to help support others, and to show that endometriosis does not discriminate.
Hi everyone, so this is Team Lead speaking.
Happy Endometriosis Awareness Month. Enjoy our Endometriosis March. It's great to be a part of it. We're so excited. Can't wait for the content. Head over to Endometriosis UK's page today and the Worldwide Endo March to see more. Have a great day.
One of the goals of Worldwide Endo March has been education and raising awareness. Thus, we have had monthly webinars for different subjects about endometriosis, mostly involved with the patients, their families, and their history. Please go to Worldwide Endo March and select the webinar sessions and find your interest and your subject that you are interested in. That could be diet, exercise, endometriosis of the different organs, pain, infertility, endometriosis in teenagers, etc. You can go again to the Worldwide Endo March webinars and select a webinar section.
Olá a todas, a todos, eu sou a Caroline Salazar, jornalista, autora do blog A Endometriose Eu e capitã da EndoMarch Time Brasil. E pelo segundo ano eu estou aqui para compartilhar com todo o time internacional da EndoMarch a jornada que o Time Brasil está fazendo, para conscientizar a população, a sociedade sobre a endometriose, a importância a importância do diagnóstico precoce, do correto também diagnóstico, isso é muito importante, seus tratamentos e, claro, na possibilidade de cura para aqueles casos que houverem cura. Em 2014, em reconhecimento ao meu trabalho no blog A Endometriose eu fui convidada pelos irmãos Nesra a comandar a EndoMarch aqui no Brasil. Então, o Time Brasil, ele participa desde a primeira edição. E, assim, levando em considerações, as dimensões continentais, do Brasil, de ser um país muito grande, e também as diferenças socioeconômicas, o time americano, a ideia deles era realizar a EndoMarch apenas na capital. Mas devido a toda essa diferenciação do Brasil em relação às suas dimensões e também a questão socioeconômica, e muitas portadoras passam dificuldades. Já logo na primeira edição, em 2014, conversando com a minha equipe, nós tivemos a ideia de realizar a EndoMarch já em várias cidades brasileiras. Então, o Time Brasil foi o primeiro país, o Brasil foi o primeiro país a realizar a EndoMarch em mais de uma cidade ao mesmo tempo, desde 2014. E eu até pensei, que a EndoMarch demorasse para se consolidar no Brasil, porém o movimento foi muito bem aceito, pelas portadoras, enfim, famílias, amigos. E nós já começamos 2014 com 6 cidades brasileiras, 6 capitais do Brasil. Eu não impus só a questão de ser capital ou não, mas em 2014 foram 6 capitais brasileiras, pessoas interessadas, mulheres interessadas nessas 6 capitais que me procuraram para coordenar a EndoMarch. E realmente foi muito grande, porque de 6 já passamos para 9, depois para 13, depois para 15, depois já para 19, que foi em 2019, o Time Brasil marchou em 19 cidades. Em 2020 éramos 20, mas aí tivemos que tirar uma cidade, então continuamos com 19 cidades na EndoMarch. Esse ano de 2022, possivelmente, devido ao avanço da variante Ômicron do coronavírus, possivelmente será virtual a EndoMarch, ainda não bati o martelo, mas há uma grande chance sim de fazer a EndoMarch virtual pelo 3º ano consecutivo, devido a essa variante que sim, enfim, se alastra pelo país. Então, e foi a partir da EndoMarch, o que eu acho importante falar com o time internacional. A EndoMarch é o primeiro e único movimento, né, mundial em prol da conscientização da endometriose. Aqui no Brasil eu passo uma nova conscientização. Eu estudo, né, desde 2012, quando eu me curei de endometriose, eu estudo os novos conceitos difundidos pelo Dr. David Arduini, que ainda não são ensinados nas universidades brasileiras. Então, eu coloquei já, tem uns 3 anos, essa missão, né, de mudar esse ensino mitificado, né, de falar sobre outras origens da endometriose que não seja a menstruação retrógrada, de falar sim na possibilidade de cura. Eu estou curada e tem muitas mulheres curadas e em agosto de 2020 eu lancei o Clube Endo Conectadas, que é a primeira plataforma educativa voltada para portadoras, é a primeira no mundo, revolucionária, 100% em vídeo, onde eu mostro como a cura acontece. Eu mostro todas as cores e formas das lesões, que é a falta desse conhecimento que impede, infelizmente, a cura. Então, além do diagnóstico precoce, né, o tratamento especializado pelo nosso Sistema Único de Saúde, né, precisamos também mudar o ensino das universidades brasileiras para incorporar, né, esses novos conceitos, para que mais médicos consigam aprender como acontece a cura da endometriose. E, além de espalhar tudo isso, né, a EndoMarch ela é importante no Brasil porque foi a partir de 2014, o primeiro ano do movimento, que eu e a minha equipe decidimos lutar por um Dia Nacional de Luta, né? Então, em homenagem à EndoMarch, né, eu escolhi o dia 13 de março, né? Então, em 2014 nós conseguimos nossa primeira lei municipal, né, que intitulou em Campo Grande, capital do Mato Grosso do Sul, que é na região centro-oeste do Brasil, o Dia Municipal, né, de luta contra a endometriose e a Semana Municipal de enfrentamento e educação preventiva sobre a endometriose. Isso foi em 2014. Em outubro de 2014, tivemos a primeira lei, intitulando dia 3 de março. Em 2016, 2 anos depois, nós tivemos nossa primeira lei estadual. Porque daí quando tivemos a nossa primeira lei municipal do dia 3 de março, essas leis foram, outras cidades foram se espelhando. Em 2016, no final de 2016, outubro, novembro de 2016, nós também tivemos nossa primeira lei estadual, que instituiu o dia 13 de março como Dia Estadual de Luta contra a Endometriose no estado de Roraima, né, que fica no norte do Brasil. E, consequentemente, a Semana Estadual, né, de enfrentamento e educação preventiva também sobre a endometriose. Graças ao movimento, conseguimos o nosso dia municipal, dia estadual, né? Então, algumas cidades têm essa lei, alguns estados também têm. E nosso grande feito seria ter o dia nacional, né? Então, em 2019, né, entreguei, né, o projeto, enfim, a questão do dia 3 de março para uma deputada federal, né, que encabeçou o projeto e escreveu um PL, né, para que o nosso dia 3 de março passe a ser um dia nacional de luta e, consequentemente, a Semana Nacional de Enfrentamento e Educação Preventiva sobre a endometriose. E em fevereiro de 2020, esse projeto de lei foi aprovado na Câmara dos Deputados. Aí veio a pandemia, ele ficou parado, né? Tiveram outra urgência. E agora, no final de 2021, em outubro de 2021, né, praticamente 1 ano e 8 meses depois da aprovação na Câmara dos Deputados, a Comissão de Educação do Senado também aprovou, né, esse projeto de lei. Então, nós estamos muito perto, né, o Brasil está muito próximo, né, muito perto de ter um Dia Nacional de Luta contra a Endometriose, que é o dia 3 de março, em homenagem à primeira edição da EndoMarch, né? Então, quando a assessora da deputada me ligou, da vereadora Carla me ligou pedindo qual dia que eu escolheria, né? Eu falei, como assim? Então, acho que nada mais, conversando com a minha equipe, nós decidimos homenagear o primeiro movimento, o primeiro e único movimento que luta, de fato, pela conscientização e pelos direitos das portadoras de endometriose. Então, no Brasil, o dia 3 de março, que foi nossa primeira data da EndoMarch no Brasil e no mundo, será homenageado no nosso, que já está sendo, né, nos projetos de lei municipal e estadual, mas será também homenageado no nosso projeto de lei federal. E o time Brasil, né, ele sai às ruas todo de amarelo, né, e as cidades patrocinadas, que tem patrocínio, ela sai às ruas, né? Todos os participantes ganham camisetas, tá? As camisetas a gente dá para as pessoas, né? De acordo com o patrocínio da cidade. E em 2020 nós íamos lançar a nossa nova identidade visual, né? Feita pela nossa designer Mônica Martins. Então o que antes era um círculo aqui tornou-se um coração, a gente transformou em coração, né? Que mostra todo o amor, né? Do meu trabalho, do trabalho dos coordenadores voluntários, né, e toda a participação das pessoas também em prol das portadoras de endometriose. Né? Aí a cor da fitinha, colocamos o verde aqui para indicar o time Brasil, né, na camiseta, e tem escrito em português, né, EndoMarch, a data, o time Brasil aqui, a Marcha Mundial, o time Brasil, e o meu site, né, do meu blog, o endometriosio.com.br, que é onde as pessoas fazem a inscrição gratuitamente. Todas as inscrições são gratuitas e as cidades patrocinadas, todos os participantes ganham a camiseta. Nós saímos também com faixa de reivindicação, né, e distribuímos também esse flyer. Né, esse flyer também com a mesma identidade da camiseta, que nós mudamos, né, nós íamos estrear em 2020, a gente está torcendo para estrear em 2023, né? E onde tem aqui atrás os principais sintomas da endometriose, né? Porque não adianta eu entregar para as pessoas leigas na rua o que é a doença, né? Eu preciso entregar os sintomas, porque o diagnóstico precoce ele só virá com os sintomas, né? Então são os principais sintomas que devem ser distribuídos à população. E o nosso PIN, que era só com a fitinha amarela, nós adicionamos, né, na tradicional fita amarela, né, que todo mundo já conhece, do Março Amarelo, nós adicionamos uma asa de borboleta. Por quê? Imagino eu que sofri 21 anos com a endometriose, com sintomas, né, 18 sem diagnóstico, que vivia à base de morfina, enfim, vivia na cama, no quarto. Então eu era uma lagarta que após 21 anos consegui me libertar, consegui virar uma borboleta, consegui a minha cura, né? Então consegui me desabrochar e consegui voltar a viver sem nenhum outro sintoma e ter uma vida normal desde junho de 2012. Então, nosso PIN, a gente fez um PIN também específico e especial, levando essa nova conscientização. E usamos também guarda-chuva, né? No Brasil, final de março, estamos no verão, muitas cidades são muito quentes. Aqui em São Paulo mesmo, onde eu marcho, também eu sou coordenadora da Endo March São Paulo, é muito quente. E nós usamos, né, nas cidades patrocinadas o guarda-chuva, né, guarda-sol, para poder as pessoas não passarem mal, enfim, levamos água também e faixas com nossas reivindicações. Né? Então, esse foi o apanhado, né, assim, do trabalho do time Brasil, que desde 2014 está lutando por essa nova conscientização. Nos últimos 3 anos, desde 2019, 18, né, 19, últimos 3, 4 anos, eu venho lutando arduamente para que nós né, consigamos ter o ensino, né, com os novos conceitos descobertos pelo Dr. David Redwine nas universidades, porque eu luto pelo tratamento completo pelo SUS. O tratamento completo seria a cirurgia curativa, né? E se os ambulatórios do SUS no Brasil são todos ligados às universidades, sem esse conhecimento, sem essa mudança, infelizmente não será possível ter o tratamento curativo pelo SUS. Então eu agradeço a todas e a todos que dedicaram esse tempo assistindo o trabalho da Endo March Time Brasil. Então se você quer ter mais informações sobre o Time Brasil, sobre o que a gente está fazendo e logo logo, né, vibrar com a gente com o nosso Dia Nacional, é só acessar o Instagram @aendoieu e o meu blog, o Endometriosio, no www.aendometriosio.com.br. Um beijo carinhoso e até o próximo. Tchau!
Mi nombre es Andrea Ruiz y soy la Country Captain para esta Endo March Perú 2022. Me siento muy honrada y feliz de poder continuar con la labor de visualización, educación y difusión de la endometriosis en mi país, así como también seguir formando parte del grupo de apoyo y soporte para muchas mujeres que se sienten solas, incomprendidas y confundidas con esta enfermedad.
Mi nombre es Alejandra Loyola, soy co-capitana del Endo March 2022. Este año hemos considerado un enfoque multidisciplinario para nuestro Endo March. Contaremos con profesionales de diversas ramas que nos van a acompañar con un enfoque mucho más grande para el tratamiento de nuestra enfermedad. También hemos cambiado nuestro logo. Sabemos que nuestra enfermedad es complicada, difícil, lo vivimos día a día. Sin embargo, hemos querido personificar con nuestro útero que florece el empoderamiento y la fuerza interna que tenemos nosotras las mujeres para sobrellevarlo día a día.
Mi nombre es Judith Sánchez y soy la co-capitana para este Endo March Perú 2022. Celebraremos todo el mes de marzo visualizando, educando, informando y difundiendo sobre endometriosis, así como en qué tratamientos complementarios nos podemos apoyar para mejorar nuestra calidad de vida.
Hola chicas, ¿qué tal? Mi nombre es Silvana Guerrero, tengo 27 años. Mis dolores de endometriosis comenzaron a los 16 años. En esa época me diagnosticaron como ovario poliquístico. De ahí pasé a hacer lo que era premenstrual porque ya no tenía nada en los ovarios y en el útero no veían nada. Sin embargo, el dolor seguía intensificándose. Busqué un especialista de endometriosis, lo encontré recién a mis 23 años. Es ahí donde me diagnostican endometriosis y adenomiosis. Y ya probando diferentes tratamientos, conociendo un poco más mi cuerpo, mi ciclo. Ya también voy a esperar ahora mi primera cirugía dentro de poquito. Y hoy por hoy, como llevo la endometriosis, fijándome mucho de todo lo que he aprendido en mis terapias psicológicas, el apoyo que he tenido en ese lado, todo lo que he podido aprender de la alimentación, la suplementación también, y el ejercicio y pilates y estiramiento y masajes. Siento que debemos apoyarnos en diferentes aspectos porque la endometriosis no es solamente en nuestros órganos, afecta a bastantes áreas de nuestra vida y no tenemos por qué quedarnos de brazos cruzados. Les invito a que busquen la ayuda posible y entre todas podamos apoyar y dar nuestro granito de arena. Chao.
Hola, ¿cómo estás? Mi nombre es Cintia, te comento un poco acerca de mi historia. A los 19 años me hago un chequeo integral. Es allí donde me detectan quistes de mamas y quistes de ovarios. Con la ginecóloga seguí diversos tratamientos, pero ninguno funcionaba. Los quistes de ovarios seguían aumentando de tamaño, por lo que luego de 8 años me recomienda una laparoscópica para retirar estos. Cuando me hacen la laparoscópica para retirar los quistes detectan la endometriosis severa. Seguí diversos tratamientos luego de esta operación, pero fue fatal. Muchos dolores, mucho sangrado. Fue muy terrible. El doctor en ese instante me dijo que dejara cualquier tratamiento, unas vitaminas y todo iba a estar bien. Bueno, que me haga mis chequeos anuales y semestrales. Bueno, así lo hice, pero en el 2019 los dolores ya me estaban afectando. No podía caminar mucho. Voy con diversos médicos, diversos diagnósticos. Y en el 2020 me dicen que con una quistectomía bilateral todo debe estar perfecto. Yo seguí este consejo. El médico me retira los quistes y ya, sigo un tratamiento. Pero seguía sangrando y seguía con dolores. Todo el 2021 estuve así. Fue muy doloroso realmente. Entonces voy a otros médicos. Después de diversas opiniones, un médico me dice, vamos a examinarte más exhaustivamente, me recomienda más especializado. Entonces, es allí donde me detectan endometriosis, adenomiosis, miomatosis y el quiste. Estaba complicada la situación. Entonces opto por la histerectomía. solamente me dejaron el ovario izquierdo. Eso fue fines del 2021. Llevan a patología esta muestra, pero el patólogo determina carcinoma seroso de alto grado, cáncer. En febrero del 2022 me hago una laparotomía exploratoria, me retiro el ovario izquierdo y otras cosas más para esta operación por esto. Y este es mi proceso. Muchas gracias por escucharme. Ha sido un proceso muy largo, 4 operaciones y todavía sigo en camino. Gracias.
Este 26 de marzo
soy Endo March Perú 2022.
Yo también soy Endo March 2022 Perú.
Marzo es el mes de la endometriosis. ¿Sabes que somos alrededor de 200 millones de mujeres con endometriosis en el mundo y que afecta aproximadamente a 1 de cada 10 mujeres? La falta de conocimiento de la enfermedad ha provocado un retraso en el diagnóstico en promedio de 10 años.
Y en Panamá educamos y creamos conciencia. Sé que es difícil, que a veces no te entienden. Pero yo he sentido lo que tú sientes. Somos el 10% de la población femenina en edad fértil.
Me dijeron que los cólicos eran normales.
Fui incomprendida en el colegio.
En el trabajo y hasta en mi familia.
Pero juntas somos más fuertes.
Tenemos un corazón amarillo que late contigo.
Y recuerda que no estás sola.
Porque AEMPA siempre levantará la voz por todas las endoguerreras de Panamá y el mundo. Dedicamos este video a todas las mujeres que han perdido la batalla, en especial a nuestra querida Lourdes. Para ti, esto va hasta el cielo.
Por todas estas mujeres valientes, siempre seguiremos caminando juntos.
Mi nombre es Jessica Calvo, soy la fundadora y presidenta de la Asociación Costarricense de Endometriosis.
Somos una organización sin fines de lucro que trabajamos y apoyamos a las pacientes con endometriosis y adenomiosis para lograr un manejo integral y tener una mejor calidad de vida. El mejorar la condición de vida de estas mujeres a través de una adecuada información sobre la enfermedad, apoyándolas y creando conciencia en ellas, sus familiares, amigos, cuerpo médico y público en general sobre la condición de vida a la que se deben de enfrentar día a día. El brindar apoyo a las mujeres que sobrellevan esta enfermedad y a través de la comprensión de su sintomatología y los posibles tratamientos que se pueden lograr para así mejorar la calidad de vida de ellas y que puedan aprender a vivir con este padecimiento y aumentando su autoestima. El hacerlo del conocimiento de la sociedad en general y obtener derechos inherentes a la salud de las afectadas es nuestra gran misión. El poder brindarles valores con respeto, compromiso, brindarles los derechos humanos que cada una de ellas tiene, el trabajo en equipo, la confianza y el profesionalismo con el que trabajamos desde el 2016. Hemos venido trabajando con estas pacientes y nos queda trabajo grande por llegar a más mujeres, poder lograr que muchísimas otras mujeres se puedan enterar de que tienen endometriosis y que se puede combatir a tiempo unidas, con comprensión y empoderamiento. Hemos realizado muchos trabajos con municipalidades, con la Federación ONGs Pacientes de Costa Rica, la Biored de Cáncer. Además, hemos trabajado con mesas de diálogo en el Ministerio de Salud, la Caja Costarricense del Seguro Social, la Defensoría de los Habitantes, la Universidad de Costa Rica, universidades privadas y la Asamblea Legislativa. Por eso nuestro objetivo es concientizar al país del desarrollo de la endometriosis y adenomiosis, logrando acciones para el manejo integral y defensa de los derechos de todas las pacientes. Porque el ofrecerle a las pacientes información y empoderamiento, lograr la concientización en la sociedad y construir proyectos que impacten la calidad de vida a través de procesos de fortalecimiento y educación, ya que una paciente informada es una paciente empoderada. Trabajemos juntas, que el mundo sepa que somos casi 200 millones de mujeres que desean vivir, que desean tener calidad de vida y que están presentes para luchar y salir adelante.
Hola, mi nombre es Mónica. Yo soy parte de los pacientes y de la asociación Advocacy en Costa Rica. Para mí ha sido muy importante pertenecer a esta asociación porque a través de ella he accedido a información muy importante que me ha ayudado para llevar esta enfermedad lo mejor posible. También puedo tener contacto con diferentes mujeres que están pasando la misma situación que yo y nos apoyamos mutuamente. Además que he podido acceder a cursos y charlas muy importantes para mi crecimiento. Muchas gracias.
Como paciente de endometriosis y socia de EndoCR, quiero resaltar el gran trabajo que se ha venido realizando desde el 2016 en Costa Rica por parte de la asociación. Se ha trabajado en concientizar en el país con diferentes entidades como el Ministerio de Salud, con pacientes y sus familiares. Se ha informado qué es la endometriosis, cómo afecta desde la niñez hasta la mujer adulta. Tener conciencia de la enfermedad y cómo afecta a nuestro entorno, el familiar, el laboral, el personal y hasta el educacional, o sea, todo nuestro diario vivir. Es importante el trabajo que se hace para poder llegar a más personas, más empresas, llegar hasta donde nunca ha sido escuchada esta enfermedad tan seria y difícil de llevar. El dolor no es normal y luchar contra los estereotipos, señalamientos por el desconocimiento de la misma nos hace trabajar aún más fuerte. Necesitamos concientizar, unirnos, trabajar juntas por ti, por mí, por todas las demás.
Muy buenos días, mi nombre es Vivian Leal, presidenta de la Federación de ONGs Pacientes en Costa Rica. Y hoy quiero comentarles que la Federación, dentro de su junta directiva, tiene el honor de trabajar en alianza estratégica con la Asociación de Endometriosis en Costa Rica. EndoCR, liderado por su presidenta Jessica Calvo, es una ONG pilar fundamental en el cuidado, educación, acompañamiento y sobre todo accesibilidad a medicamentos y tratamientos de la endometriosis en el país. Una enfermedad muy desconocida, una enfermedad de la cual necesitamos muchísima educación, muchísimo empoderamiento. Y esta ONG, las líderes de EndoCR, han sido pioneras en el país y han dado esa lucha por los pacientes en Costa Rica. Mi agradecimiento desde la Federación y admiración de ese trabajo en equipo que durante este año y años anteriores han desarrollado en el país en beneficio de la calidad de vida de las mujeres en Costa Rica.
Mi nombre es Juan Carlos Chavarría, soy el director del Departamento de Participación Ciudadana de la Asamblea Legislativa. La razón de este video es presentar a la Asociación Costarricense de Ayuda al Paciente con Endometriosis por la labor que ha desarrollado en procura del bienestar de ese sector de la población. Con el Departamento de Participación Ciudadana hemos desarrollado diferentes proyectos en el análisis de legislación, en el análisis de la situación nacional y el control político. Hemos realizado diferentes trabajos con instituciones públicas, sector privado y esta importante asociación para la dignificación de los pacientes que padecen esta enfermedad. Muchas gracias.
Respecto al trabajo de esta asociación, AENDO, Costa Rica trabaja por un diagnóstico temprano y una mejor calidad de vida de las pacientes. Cada día se capacita y busca nuevas herramientas para dar un mejor soporte a los pacientes.
is a grassroots voluntary organization which is run by volunteers. We thank every one of you, your families, your friends, everywhere around the world for your interest and what you are doing, what you have been doing to raise awareness to end the dynasty of endometriosis on patients, their families, and their society. I would like to thank every one of you all across the world for all of your help and assistance to raise awareness about endometriosis internationally. Thanks to all of your efforts and your organizations, more and more articles appear about endometriosis everywhere. More and more scientists are getting interested and more research is being done about endometriosis. We are making progress. Endometriosis is a social issue. Endometriosis, it is not always symptomatic. It could cause pain and sometimes no pain at all. It could cause infertility, but sometimes no infertility. It could cause organ dysfunction, but sometimes no dysfunction at all. It is an enigmatic disease. It needs more research because it affects millions and millions of people. It causes significant pain, so people cannot go to work, they cannot go to school. It disrupts their lives. It is a social issue. Because of this fact, because of you and your interest, more interest is being risen and endometriosis is being investigated further. We thank you for your interest. If any of you are interested to supporting it, participating in it, donating to it, please go to the Worldwide Endo March or go to the Nejat Endometriosis Advisor that gives you a good diagnosis for endometriosis, and all the donation goes directly to the Worldwide Endo March. Thank you very much again.